Happy Valentine's Day! Hello! Hello, everybody! How's it going? Chat, Clopperinos! I hope you're having a wonderful day so far, and hopefully it's about to get even better. Oh. I don't know. My YouTube chat isn't loading for some reason. I mean, it was loading. It like stopped working? Cool. Okay, fuck. Well, that sucks. It was working, it just broke. She's scuff? Yeah, it's always scuff. Well, I can see it on the other side. Happy Valentine. I just can't pull them up now, which sucks. Weird. Okay. Happy Valentine's Day, Rima. I stay for the streams, but I gotta take my wife out to dinner. Have fun being rejected by chat again. Oh my god, thank you so much. Thank you, Damien. Wow. Wow. You're just gonna... You're actually fake. Fake incel. The rest of us are just gonna have our single stream. Go back to kitchen cell. David Martinez, thank you so much for the 1 month. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna have to cycle through all the chats though. Okay, I have an idea. I'm just gonna... It's working for us. I'm on both YouTube and Twitch. I have an idea. I'll put Twitch chat on my other monitor and Kick too. And then I'll have YouTube on the other side. It's just that for some reason it's not appearing in my OBS. Oh wait, 20 gifted from Flora Nova. Okay, okay. Thank you mods for letting me know. Flora Nova! Oh my god, thank you so much. Thank you so fucking much for 20 gifted subs. Enjoy the subs, chat. Thank you. Oh my god. Happy Valentine's Day, Flora! You've been in the stream for so long. Thank you so much for sticking with me through thick and thin. Yeah, mods ratted you out. And Charlie, happy Valentine's Day, Rima. I'm sorry, Rima. After 634 rejections, I've decided to look elsewhere. I found one and sent her flowers. Meet next weekend. Wait, who is it? Charlie found somebody. I don't believe it. Wait, do you stream on Kick too? I do! I do. Go follow me on Kick, guys. I don't promote it enough, but I do, yes. There's no ads there, which is nice. Got more, like a better sub split too. And honestly, I just get passive money for you guys just opening the tab and doing nothing in it, which is pretty nice. And here we got Solon. Okay, oh, I can even heart your super chats now. Solon the Lich. Good evening, Rima. I hope you find a girlfriend-free guy in the retirement home. Are you saying I'm a granny? Are you fucking serious? You saying this is me? Flip, where is it? Where is my granny Rima? Okay, never mind, I can't find it. Oh wait, is it in Rima memes? You know what? I really need to organize these folders. I do not find the granny, but it's that one that we have in Discord. Wait, what did Winter do? Oh my god, wait, what did Winter do? Happy Valentine's Day, Rima. I have to leave for my date soon, but still wanted to buy you a drink, just don't tell her. Wait, you're going on a date with your girlfriend instead of like night drinking with us, the homies?
Liberal. Liberal, 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 happy fun, la la la.
That's crazy.
Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths.
That's crazy.
Government euthanasia.
I have a wait.
Liberal. Liberal, 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 liberal.
We're playing it a second time. That's how much I love it.
Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia.
Okay, enough. It went. For some reason, it's coming out of the wrong sound thing. By the way, and Waper resubbed on the Twitch side. Yo, thank you, Waper. Thank you so much for the Twitch subscription. Happy Valentine's Day, Rima. May you find love elsewhere after reading rejection letters. Okay, thank you. Hi, Abel. How's it going? Don't forget it's your year, the year of the horse. True, haunts. I'm much newer around here, but I wanted to say that I love your videos. They are so professionally done and very enjoyable. Thank you, Darkwoods. Thank you. Did you just find out that I was streaming? Yeah, the videos. We are going to go back to the videos soon. I'm a little behind on the channel content, I'm not gonna lie. But I'm working on my next Neurosama video. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. We're gonna lock in. It's gonna be amazing. Not your girlfriend, just a date, Winter? Well, good luck. Good luck on your date, bro. You can always be my side Valentine, Rima. Okay, fuck you, Charlie. Who can we mods? Mods? Ban that guy. It's Yaskarik and Winter going on their date. If I have time. If I have time to show you guys a new reel that I found. I'm really into brain rot reels lately. And there's one that's hilarious. Say less. Everybody wanted to ban... Everybody wanted to ban Charlie! Oh, you guys are dual watching with YouTube. Thank you, somebody. Sorry. Well, thank you for everybody that opened up the Kick stream. Oh my god, everybody has dates tonight! Ultimate Cell also has a date? Way to make us feel lame. Realized that you had a Twitch, so I might as well watch you. Nice, nice. I'm so glad. We're so close to 20,000 Twitch followers. I hope we get that soon. That'd be great. Also, if you have a Twitch sub just laying around, a Twitch Prime free sub, make sure to use it in my channel. Hi YRM, hi Rima, hi chat, I'm still fairly new here. Welcome aboard! Don't let the cloppers scare you off. One serious question I wanted to ask you, how do you deal with the hate from the videos? I don't get that much hate from the videos. Like, they're usually fairly well received. Plus, I get a lot of love from my community, so it kind of makes up for it. Shipsy, subscribe with Prime. Shipsy, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god, did you see that chat? It's like I mind controlled them. I said subscribe with your Twitch Prime and they did it. I should do it more often. Oh, Anagami's here. Anagami, I'm waiting for my Valentine's, just saying. I was gonna add you in Discord, but I didn't have the time. Happy Valentine's, Rima. Better than no chocolate. Sarah Sutherland, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Happy Valentine's Day to you too. Wait, what did Allegraza say? I don't have a date. Dateless bros hang together. Okay, you are actually a fake single person. You are married. She's in chat right now. Go back to kitchen cell. Go back to kitchen cell. Oh, thank you, Wire. A lot of people say my tail has some hypnotic, this hypnotic feel to it. What? Luca Bomba, 32. I would parrot out than you, Rima. I'm sorry. There's other fish in the sea. Here's some cash to buy yourself some chocolate. Gotta go pick up the GF at the spa. What? That is messed up. Okay. Okay. Don't kill me at the beginning of the stream. I still got more to do. Oh, dude! In Japan, dudes get free chocolate today, according to every rom-com manga? Is that true? Well, I don't watch rom-com. I don't read rom-com manga. I, like, avoid these. I've always kind of avoided anything, like, romantic. I thought it was kind of weird. It's like, you know... Yeah, I was like, oh, it reminds me of my own lackluster love life. Zontar. Don't worry, Rima. I'll bake you some pity chocolate. Wow, wow, thank you. Can you even bake, Zontar? Because, you know, you guys are really quick to make fun of my cooking and my baking, but I've never seen you guys bake anything, except Charles. I know Charles bakes well, cooks well. What about the rest of you, huh? You're all just so easily, you run your mouth. You walk... No, you talk the talk, but do you walk the walk? We can bake? I don't know. I need proof. I need evidence. You avoid Charlie like the plague? Why are you talking about Charlie in the third person? It's you. We can bake. I do bake. We just don't want to upset you. Reiko, you're British. You could never upset me. Oh, I gotta fix the Twitch redeems. I'm sorry, they're not working well right now. I walked the woke. I make really good triple chocolate brownies. Ooh, send me the recipe. Share that. Okay, okay. New idea. New idea. Next handcam stream, we make it a baking stream. Jason, thank you for the 11 months cute squad. I cook for myself every day. Our dear Supreme Leader without a date on this 14th of February. Oh no. Anyways. What do you mean anyway? Oh wait. New anime title? My dear Supreme Leader can't be this cute. My dictator can't be this cute. How about that? New rom-com manga idea. But it'd be more a rom-com like Love is War, you know? Where it's like goofy and funny. I baked apple fritters for my mother today. Oh, that's sweet. I love people that celebrate Valentine's Day with their family. Because they, you know, they don't make me feel bad about myself, but... My dictator still can't get a date? Is that the title of the anime? I love cooking, but it takes time, and time is finite, so I meal prep instead. Well, you should have seen the rice and lentils meal prep I've done. They tasted horrible, and I've had to eat that for an entire week. But yeah. No, I'm not fond of meal prepping anymore. For a while, I tried it, but now I kind of I like eating fresh food. I think my new thing is like making small portions that I can eat fresh. But I do agree that it takes time. So that's annoying. It's why I did that tweet today. Where I said, well, I tweeted a lot today, not gonna lie. As I do every day lately. This is how I productively procrastinate. But I tweeted, there's just not enough time in the day to work, stay informed, clean, take care of myself, cook, do laundry, stream, write VTuber scripts, watch 5 hours of brain rot, doom scroll, read 100 volumes of manga, and watch 7 hours of anime, and plot my world domination. What the hell am I supposed to do? God. The cleanup is the real time sink. True. What is a banoffee pie? Heckle. I do the dishes while I'm cooking. I feel like the doom scrolling is part of the reason why there's a big time sink. Her name is Morgan. Yes, I was serious. Oh my god, congratulations! Our resident single simp is like getting a date. Let's go! We love to see that! Self-improvement arc. It's real. It's real. And it's gonna happen to every single one of us in this chat, I believe. Gambate. Rima, you made enough rice to feed an army last time. I did do that. Rima, I take baking seriously. It's why I'm getting an Elmira Stoveworks North Star appliance set. You should look that up. It's very high-end. I bet it's gonna be like a toy thing. Alright, I'm looking it up. Elmira Stovework North Star appliance. Is it an electric stove? Wait! It's so cute! Wait, it's like a retro stove. Wait, this is so fucking cute. It's so pretty. Are you getting the retro one? I really didn't see you for a retro looking guy. They're like pastel and stuff. They have fridge. They have stoves, and the stovetop is electric, so it's like a mix of retro and modern. Wait, this looks really good. It's so expensive. What the fuck? Elmira the Muppet. Elmira the Muppet Stovework. Rima, stop looking at it. We can't let it be destroyed by you too. True, true, true. It's kind of like how you don't get your first nice car right after you get your license. You wait till you get better at driving until you upgrade your stove. My stove is pretty shitty, not gonna lie, but it's doing the job, so I'm not gonna spend $9,000 on a new stove. Unless... no, I'm joking. I would buy a new computer before I do that. Or RAM, which is about the same price. Banoffee pie is a popular British dessert made from a base of crushed biscuits and butter, topped with a thick caramel-like layer, often dulce de leche, sliced fresh bananas, and ooh, and whipped cream. It sounds like it's a dish that's a little light with a lot of crust. I might like that. I don't like heavy desserts. Often garnished with chocolate shaving or cocoa, and it's no bake, rich and indulgent treat, easy to make and so good. I want to try that. Nothing ruins a dessert like a banana. Okay, we have the two sides of the coin in here. Reds is a banana hater. Confirmed. Alright, let's start with the first row submission. It hath come to my attention that this day is set aside for a declaration of affection towards one's beloved. Wherefore I shall avail myself of this whimsical convenience, for in my magnificence I shall bestow upon thee my radiance. May thy denseness... seriously? And obliviousness carry thee far hence. beyond the plains, for this a joy to be thy companion. We started so well, then we had to throw in the denseness and obliviousness in here. Like, what the heck? May thy quirkiness continue to elicit smiles and laughter without end. Birdie, learn to cook, lest I expire prematurely. For this in thy smile that I find completion, and not in the charred rice or burnt water. Tasty. Listen, I think we can forget about the burnt water incident at this point. It's always a good sign when I tweet something on Twitter and there's more comments than likes. That was the case for the burnt water. One more for the road. Take care and have a wonderful day, Miss Evenstar and all. Thank you, Mr. Martini. Are you leaving? Thank you so much. Happy Valentine's Day. I hope this day brings you so much love and so much joy. We won't. Fuck you. I'm gonna have to get rid of you. Love fruit, can't stand when it's combined with anything. Peanut butter and jelly is exception. That is, oh my god, you're gonna make me crash out. That is not fruit. That is not fruit. You could have said peanut butter jelly and bananas is an exception. Jelly is not fruit. It's like, pretty much it's like synthetic fruit. There's like 1% strawberry in there. Why did you pronounce it minner? Okay, listen, in my defense... Okay, what's my defense strat? I actually don't have a defense. I plead the fifth. Next. You are great. No, you are great. You are great. Homemade jelly and jam is fruit. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, Afs. Do you make your homemade jelly? Did you make your own jelly? Well, actually, homemade jelly and jam is fruit. Plead the French, yeah. You're Canadian, you don't have the fifth. Alright, what do we have? Another number? I plead the second then. Or something. Or the 10th, I don't know. I'll just keep on pleading number till I land on the right one. I make it with guava. Oh, that's a good idea. It's homemade for a reason. Your dual wielding language, that's your defense. Oh, that's a good one. Thank you. Actually, I'm gonna use that. That's good. Yeah, I'm a dual wielder. Watch out. Canadians got the 10 Commandments? Wasn't that... Wait. Wasn't that Moses who wrote them? Hi, Holy. How's it going? Hi, Light Art. Fruits actually decay your tooth? I'm like kind of addicted to tomatoes, although defining tomatoes as fruits is controversial by itself. I would still count it as a vegetable, a legume. But I ate so many cherry tomatoes one night that I had like blisters in my mouth. So they didn't decay my tooth, but it decayed my gums. I have a relative who crushes the berries, cooks them, and jars the jam jelly, preserves them themselves. Wow, I admire the commitment to doing that. What? My friends keep calling ketchup and fries salad. They're reasoning ketchup, dressing, and tomato. Tomato and potato equal vegetable, and vegetable plus dressing equals salad? Yeah, I'd flip the table. Hi, Sneaky! Colonel Milk! Aw, good night. Happy Valentine's Day, Colonel Milk. Hope you have a great stream. I just said hope you have a great stream. Fuck my life. It's, I meant good evening. I did the thing where you go to the restaurant and the waiter is like, bon appetit, and you're like, you too. Facepalm. Okay. Next message. The worst date you've ever been on. Oh my god, what's the worst date I've ever been on? I haven't been on a lot of dates, so I feel like I should remember. There was one date where the guy literally started flirting with another girl. Like, he thought I wasn't watching, but he started flirting with another girl. That is probably my worst date. That maybe he was a clopper. Maybe he was a clopper now that I think of it. It all makes sense now. Well, you know, people often gravitate back to what they know, so it makes sense that I ended up with this chat. Worst date tonight with us? Yeah, Charles. Did you ever make out at the top of the CN Tower? No. I would never make out at the top of a tower. I'm terribly scared of heights. I remember the first date where he set the steak on fire in his house using coconut oil. At least he tried. Azahara? Was it Azahara? Allegraza. Oh my god. Wrong A name. Oof. Wrong husband. Like MLP Gooner? No, like we're not MLP Gooners. It's a joke. We're reappropriating that word. We actually don't like MLP, but we're like, you know, reappropriating it. We get the pass to call ourselves cloppers, because the inside joke is that I'm a horse. Darf Turks, lots of making out while fucking. Yeah, today should have been the fanfiction reading stream. That could have been a good Valentine's Day concept. Let's do that next time. Allegraza, bruh. I'm sorry. Listen, wrong name. I take it from my mother. She always calls me the wrong name too. And I'm her daughter. Like... Alright, I don't watch your streams, but your YouTube videos are awesome. Keep up the good work. And happy Valentine's Day and Merry Christmas. Oh, that's so sweet. Well, Merry belated Christmas and happy Valentine's Day. I hope this day is wonderful to you. I'm glad you're enjoying the YouTube videos. It is genetic. Allegraza, it is, yeah. Fortunately. Screw those guys. You have a great... Wait. Give me a second. Personality. No, that's not it. You have a great accent. No. Not that either. You know what? Forget it. Have a nice day or something. It reminds me of when that girl is trying to compliment Senku in Dr. Stone. And she just can't find anything to compliment him on. So she's like, you have very evil eyes. Yes. This guy gets it? Alright, fuck you. You are the best horse friend. Friend? I ever had. Smiley face. Kitsu. Alright, well I know who to beat up tomorrow. Kitsunero! You better watch out tomorrow in the Yap Yap collab. But thank you for leaving a message, Kitsunero. Love you. You are the best fox girl friend I've ever had. See? Two can play that game. Wait, she's a fox girl, right? Dallas Blue, Rima, best Oshi. Happy V-Day, everyone. Oh, happy V-Day, Rima, not everyone. Rima. You just got that little typo at the end there. Her name, the name would imply that. You're right. The name would imply that. It would indeed imply that. Eva's are red, Subarus are blue. When I see you, my heart goes stew, stew, do, too. Would you be my Valentine? Oh, that was a very cute poem. That was a very cute poem. Thank you for this. Yes, I will be your Valentine. Shout out to Rima, feeding us a ton of clips, being a girl failure. Honorate Balzac. A silly little haiku poem for a resident horse. Happy Valentine's Day. Oh, thank you for the haiku. See? Some of these roasts are pretty nice. I like this. I like this. Roses are red, horses go nay. It's not you. It's me. Sorry, I'm gay. Well, you got a pretty good reason, at least. This rejection doesn't hurt as bad as the other ones. Oh, so sweet. Wait, aren't we supposed to be dumping Rima today? Yeah, but some people can't resist the charm and the magnetism of my personality. That's why. It's an uphill battle for some people. From me to you, happy Valentine's Day. Please don't be sad. Please be glad that you had received this as a token of appreciation. Trolls gonna troll and haters gonna hate. Yes, let's go! You're so right. And that's why we gotta appreciate the good that we have, because we can't change the mind of the people who've already made up their mind about us. YouTube fix yourself. I'm back. Weren't you supposed to go on a date? But welcome back, Charlie. Sure, let's go with that. I'm glad you think that, Rima. Alright, alright. I'll show you guys later. Show you. Hi, my love. I will never reject you. Oh, see? This is a good start. This is a good start. I'll show chat. I would like to invite you over for some high-quality pizza. Local shop delivers. Let's go. Alright, we're not burning the kitchen down. And some bubbly. I love bubbly. I will make sure there's extra ranch. I love ranch sauce. XOXO Straub, your love. Oh, it's from Straub! Straub, thank you so much for the... how do you call this? Message. Straub, thank you so much for the message. The telonym, that's what they're called. It's so cute. She's taken, dude. We don't gotta worry about him. Aw, Straub's so sweet, and she knew all the things that I liked. The pizza, the bubbly, and the ranch. How did she know I like bubblies? I don't think I've ever told her. Actually, I don't think I've ever told her. Whoa. How often you need to get new vapes? Bro, I don't vape. I barely smoke. The only and if I do smoke, I wouldn't vape because that's lame. Vapors look lame. If you're gonna smoke, and if I'm gonna smoke, it's because I want to look like my favorite anime characters and all the coolest. The only reason why I started to smoke in the first place was because I wanted to look like my favorite anime characters. It's like the worst reason. Do not follow me in my path. I just thought Crocodile and Sanji looked so cool while smoking that I was like, I kind of want to try it. But I don't really smoke. Is this a rejection stream or an ask me anything? Anagami with the roast? She's so sassy. Wait, vape is actually worse than smoking? Are you for real? Zontar, if you smoke to look cool and don't smoke because you don't look cool. That's a lamer reason than vaping. I feel like I just turned up the rejection to 100. We are French Canadian. We love bubbly. We even have a case and cellar in a club I go. Wait, for real? Zontar did not cook that hard. He did not cook that hard. Yes, because with vape you inhale the metal. See, Itsumo night cooked, no? No? Nope, okay. I vaped for 5 years. I really felt better and I can make chorus sports. Wait, what's chorus sports? Wait, he just... Mods accidentally silenced Zontar. Let's go! That's actual instant karma. Fuck you, Zontar. You deserve it. I approve. I approve this timeout. Hi, Rima. I'm new. I'm also Hispanic. Feliz Podan Valentine. I'm not sure what that means, but I know that Feliz is in Feliz Navidad. So I'm gonna say, hell yeah. I quit in 2020 because I don't want to go out to buy cigarettes. Yeah, I mean, going out for anything just sucks. Valid. I know, literally 1948 in here. Getting silenced for roasting the Supreme Leader. Okay, yes. No. That's... Back in 12... Sorry. I'm starting over. Back in 2012, when I thought the world was going to end, I, being a 12-year-old boy, decided that it was then or never to confess to my crush at the time. She said no, and I thought, okay, the world is ending regardless, so no worries. Wait, the world was ending in 2012? I wasn't aware. It would make more sense if it was in 2000. It in fact did not end, and after that I was so embarrassed that I avoided seeing her until graduation in 2019. Is this a true story? Even though she lived just up the street from me? Wait, you can't just end the story there. Where's the rest of it? I want to know what happened. Did you guys ever speak after? Hi, Quickstep. Hi, Craigs. Is it bad that Rima's love confessions are filled with... It's not love confession! I asked for rejections letter. This is normal. Trust. Oh, that was the Aztec calendar thing. Oh, the world end. Oh, I remember that. Yes, you guys are right. That's a terrible story. That's sad. But I mean, since the world was ending... Yeah, no, you got screwed. You got screwed. The Aztecs ran out of stone to carve more calendars? Imagine that's actually the reason why they put the world end for 2012, and this dude literally confessed for nothing, thinking that the world was gonna end. Oh my god, that's terrible! Yo, the Aztecs actually trolled him. Yay, thank you, Auntie, for the chocolates. Wait, I didn't give you chocolates. What do you mean? Wait, you're supposed to give me chocolates. I love you, and you are the best aunt. Not Auntie! I'm young and fresh. What do you mean? Dear Rima, I hope this message finds you well. The weather is nice today. Embrace celibacy. Amen. Sincerely, Itsumo Night. Sure. You know what? Embrace celibacy was my idea, so I can't be too butthurt about this. Amen. Amen to that. Wait, is that true, Quickstep? I was building a football American stadium in Minecraft, and your videos helped me through the building process? That's actually awesome. The stadium took over 100 hours, then it got corrupted! That's terrible! So it didn't save? Oh. Alright, next roast. Rima, you made me experience things and feel emotions I never thought were possible. Aww. My level of disgust and revulsion at your cooking was something I never thought was possible. You're banned from my kitchen from Zontar. You know when they signed their name? It's because they went particularly hard on the roast. Yeah, Zontar had more ammo waiting! You asshole. I'll show you. I wanna see proof of your cooking, Zontar. I wanna see your non-burnt food. Happy B-Day, GT man. Thank you so much for the wishes. Rough but true, Rima? Alright. Mods. Mods. That guy here. That person here. Allison. Allison needs to go. Anagami, you're on Tin House. Tin House. You're on Tin House 2. Can't pronounce right now, but you know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna take a sip of wine. I hope you guys also have your favorite alcohol. Tin ice, yes, yes, Akbarik. Yeah, I meant tin ice. I'm gonna blame it on the Invisalign. We gathered today to congratulate Miss Rima Ebenstaar for her efforts in journalism and entertainment, for her patience in summarizing and elucidating the entanglements of relationships, class struggles, and social conflicts within the VTuber community. The comrade in question maintained our professional ethics and distilled these issues so that those of us chronically online and affected by brain rot inducing content could understand. We hope she finds a domestic husband who is competent in bed, at the table, and in the bath, and who takes care of her so that she is not victimized by her culinary experiments. We wish her happiness and a happy Valentine's Day to all. I like that one. It's a pretty good one. That does kind of, you know, list up all the stuff that I'm looking for. It is true. But what about in the bath, though? Is that Anon claiming that I can't, like, bathe myself or something? Or that I'm stinky? Yeah, we needed the USSR team to play. So who do I need though? Which anime character has all of these traits? I like that do you want a husband who isn't competent in the bath? But what does it mean to not be competent in the bath? What if you're bath incompetent? Well, definitely don't want somebody that pees and showers. You guys already know my stance on that. No, not Luffy. He's incompetent in the kitchen. He cooked once and it was terrible. Madam Rima, I would like you to be mine Valentine instead. But I don't date women in their 50s. Cut it out, dude! I am not 50! That is granny level. I'm a hack, but I'm not 50. Come on. Do you guys think I'm 50? Do I look 50? The age of 52 is in demand. I just wanted to say that you're the most amazing person on this planet. Stay humble, stay positive, and fill this world with love. Happy Valentine's Day with love. Kay. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for this beautiful, sweet message. Hey, there you go, chat. That's a non-rejection right here, by the way. Take that. You look good for a 65-year-old. Officer, that guy right here. Okay, let's see this one. I am struggling financially, living paycheck to paycheck. I am struggling with mental health. I'm struggling with physical health. I have depression. And still, I will not date a VTuber. Especially not one that melts their stovetop. For legal reasons, this message is a joke, and I think you're pretty cool, Rima. Oh, sweet! That was a good one. I like the plot twist there. I thought it was actually going to be a sad message at first. But then it ended up just being sad for me. This is so peak. Oh, it wasn't that peak. Discount chocolate day is tomorrow. Here. Oh my god, thank you, Halruff. Thank you for the 10. True. Oh my god, actually that's so big brain. The cool part about Valentine's Day is not Valentine's Day, is when you go to the stores tomorrow, you get your ass to Walmart, and all the chocolate is gonna be 50% off, baby. It ended up being sad for Rima, but a good laugh for us. Happy Valentine's Day would be more like Happy Valentine's Day for my wallet for all the candy you'd want today. Well, actually, I'm not really big on candies. I prefer chocolates. Smile. Hello, Madame Rima. First of all, I love your content. Yatta! Let's go. Top tier delivery, well structured and captivating cozy streams at 4 AM my time. Oh my god, where are you from? And lovely voice. Oh, thank you. Can I ask you for advice on improving my English? Maybe a special apps, books, or websites. Anyway, thank you for your hard work. Love you so much. Platonically? Why'd you have to add that? You could have just ended a message there and it would have been perfectly fine. Why'd you add that? Maybe there was a word minimum he needed to fill. Advice for improving your English? I learned all my English watching like French shows subtitled in English. I think that's or English shows subtitled in French. I think that's a really good way to learn, when you can associate words that are heard with their equivalent read, and your brain kind of makes the association much faster. I don't think you learn anything by using Duolingo. And it's fun. Chocolate is candy? Why are you defending candies, huh? That's kind of suspicious behavior, Fettuccine. Were you the one who wrote that message? Huh? I'm a little suspicious. You know what? We need the sus soundboard. I had an ex-girlfriend dump me on Valentine's Day via text. I came home from work and everything, but my clothes and bed was gone? Stolen? Even my internet router? No. That is too far. I can take everything. I can take everything else. Getting dumped on Valentine's Day. Having everything fucking stolen but your bed and your clothes. But you touch my internet, we're gonna have a fucking problem. I got back at her and her friends, but it ruined me for years. I'm okay now though. Shit, dude, that is awful. Not only she dumped you via text, didn't even have the nerves to talk to you, you know, in front of your face on Valentine's Day, and even stole from you somebody you invited into your house and that you trusted. That's terrible. Some people do not have an ounce of principles. I'm glad that you are okay now. You're here with us, and you seem to have healed from that. And thank you for sharing this story with us. The router is fucked up. Yeah, everybody says that. Wait, Aquaric is cheating? You found him in another chat? Mayday, Mayday! Mayday! Where was he found? Wait, that is true. Wait. Hold up. Raven has a good point. At Charlie Spur, and you know this how? Not wrong. How do you know this, Charlie? Wait, no way, El Paco. Same boat, man. I was supposed to go on a date and escape VTubers forever today, but I got stood up, so now I'm here with Auntie. Well, don't say it like it's a punishment, like I'm your plan B. You mean, thank God I got dumped on my date today and didn't escape VTubers, and now I'm here with Auntie. Right? Yeah. I need some enthusiasm in chat. I need some enthusiasm right now. You're more to plan E, plan D. Plan Z. Okay, you're taking it too far. Oh my god. You are a light to my void. Aw, that's very my villainous, my darkness vibes. I like it. Plan Q for cutie pie. Thank you, Anagami. I'll hold on to that. What's something you don't like sharing? I don't like sharing clothes. I don't know why. It's not that... It's just that, like... It's not my thing. Like, I never borrow clothes from somebody else. And I'm too lazy to, like... Like, if I don't wear them anymore, I'll give them to them, but I don't like swapping back and forth. And my yaoi. I don't like sharing my yaoi. I don't like sharing my anime, man. Roses are red, pools full of pee. Hey Rima, you are my plan B. Why would you share clothes anyway? The fuck? Well, Reiko, you're not a girl. You're clearly not a girl. Because girls do that all the time. They're like, oh my god, yes, clock it! How about plan B instead? No! No, Mr. Personality. Plan B sucks ass. Plan A. Plan A. Plan S tier. I caught a glimpse of a word. Sorry, Rima. Thinking about Horsey. You mean horse? I get it. It's a play on horse and Stussy. Sorry, Rima. Thinking about horse Rusty doesn't get me going. Also, burning water is just not wife material. Maybe we can be good friends? Maybe? I hate you. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. You are lucky these messages are anonymous. Do you hear me? Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Enjoy the roast. Yeah, we're roasting, guys. We're not supposed to burn crisp like my water, okay? Sorry, Rima, but I can't love you. I can't have a horse in my life who has a dick bigger than mine. Well, horses are known to be hung down there. Rima, I must preface this by saying I appreciate the offer. Fortunately though, I really can't go horsing around when I'm well on my way to becoming a wizard. Wait, that's a pretty noble vocation. No Valentine's Day invite will get in the way of this goal. It's not you, it's me. Ah, you hit me with that cringe sentence. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Happy Valentine's Day, Rima. And mods, lol. I know, just me. Just me. We don't need the mods in there. Roses are red, violets are blue. The hooves go clop and make me go ooh woo. Wait, that's such a great poem, actually. I love that. It rhymed. No, Rima, it's definitely you. Rima Even Star. When I stumbled upon you, it felt like I've met my morning star. But the more I know you, the more I realize that you just another morning star that broke me. Still, I need you. I want you, so please, Rima, mow down all my enemies! Mwahahaha. I will. I shall. You know exactly. This perfectly aligned with my plan. Happy Valentine's Day, Rima. Wait, we've already had that one. I misclicked. Hey Rima, I haven't been into VTubers much lately, but despite that, I really enjoy watching all your videos. You have a very calming voice and I enjoy listening to all that VTuber drama to fall asleep. Are you saying I'm boring? Huh? Huh? I just wanted to say thank you for your hard work and hope you have a nice day. Thank you so much for this kind message. Except the sleeping part, but thank you so much. It's not you, it's me and my opinion of you. Alright, alright. I need a fuck you toggle or something. I need a... And I need... I don't... That's all I have. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Drama is crazy! 2-hour-long react video to a 5-minute react. Yes, yes, yes. Absolute cinema. Your boob are big. So this is Charlie? Like was this you, Charlie? Your boob are big, your voice is nice, your ears are floof, and your takes are ice. For hours I watch, wasting away parasocial interaction on this Valentine's Day. Wait, this is pretty good so far! So don't feel bad when this I must say, but I think you should stay the hell away. This is a restraining order. Just after I said it was nice too. That was kind of fire, I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't familiar with your game, okay? You have been legally served, Rima! I'm gonna lovingly trim your split ends and put them into one of those chocolate they have in the hard boxes. Cute! Is it cute or is it creepy doll, like in an exorcist kind of way? Like a voodoo doll kind of way? Signed, Kieran! Kieran! Thank you so much! Thank you, thank you! On this Valentine's Day, I come here to say, please come to Brazil! Dude, that'd be such a sick trip. I'd love to go to Brazil, actually. Hell yeah. Bet they have good weather there and some nice beaches. Hair in your chocolate or raw egg on your cake. I love your videos. You do a great job at being entertaining and informative. I'm not into VTubers that much, but I do like hearing the drama and such. Okay, I kind of love when people comment that. They're like, yeah, I'm not that much into VTubers, but I love your videos anyway. XOXO, Gossip Girl. And I wanted to take a minute just to let you know I appreciate your videos and let you know you're doing a great job. Thank you! Thank you for the gambate message. Roses are red. I wonder if this will make you blue. I have one massive ick, and it's always you! Oh my god. Oh my god. How do you guys come up with these? Like, I'm like insulted, but it's kind of good. It's kind of good. I gotta appreciate the roast there. I gotta appreciate it. Sorry, I can't. I just can't. It's not you. It's me, Lamau. That has got to be top 10 triggering phrases of all time. It's not you, it's me. Wrong time or some shit. That's the other one. Wrong time, wrong place. Fuck you. And the other one is K. Rima is the prettiest horse lady who deserves all the carrots, headbats, and forehead kisses. Yay! Actually, all of these sound nice. All of these sound nice. Stop spamming K in chat! Chat. Oh, sorry, I like women that can cook. Show me your progress again in a year. Defaulty. Alright, Defaulty is getting banned from Discord, Twitch chat, YouTube chat, Kick, everything. Stop spamming K in chat, you assholes! It is actually statistically one of the top triggering phrases. I think there was a survey about it. I think a year is too short. Stop, you savage! Wonky! I'm already dead, dude! I'm already dead! Oh, whoops, I went back. I had a cute childhood friend when I was little. One day she screamed on top of her balcony, name, I love you! We never dated because I didn't think she was interested. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is such a guy story. This is such a nerdy guy story that they're like, oh, girls are never into me. A girl displays the most obvious sign of affection. Guy is like, no, but I'm too shy to make a move. I don't think she was interested. I know, girls are just so hard to read, you know? You never know what they mean. Obvious to girls is not the same. I mean, this is not obvious. This is more than not obvious to girls. I mean, oblivious to girls. This is, you're blind. You're blind and deaf as well. Yeah, it's hard to tell. What do you mean? Oh my god, you guys are like that the Dan guy. Except he gets all the ladies somehow. Rima, in the spirit of Valentine's Day, we will upgrade our relationship status from parasocial background noise to parasocial second monitor. Okay. So, was I tapped out first? Like, is this actually an upgrade? It sounds like a downgrade. It actually just sounds like a downgrade. I was in the background, now I'm on the second monitor. Do you even look at your second monitor? I'm gonna crash out. She baked me a personal cake, asked who my Valentine would be. Who knows if she's interested? Yeah, I don't know, James. You gotta ask the homies for that. Get some second opinions. I don't know. Girls are so hard to read, man. Sometimes I just wish I was a telepath so I could know what they're thinking about. Considering how expensive monitor is, that's sincere. True. You are on screen now. At least. That's sort of an upgrade, I guess. In the internet, I found out that girls don't catcall people in other countries. I don't understand this whole culture of catcalling. Like, you know, sometimes you go to other countries and guys just drive around catcalling people, and I'm like, has that ever worked? Like, legit, please, I want to know if anybody's ever picked up a girl with this strategy. Because, like, they do it all the time. Surely that means it might have worked once, or else why would you keep on doing it? It's like streaming for one person for like 10 years in a row. Why would you keep on doing it? It ain't working. Sorry, but I love Emilia. Okay, well, Emilia's pretty cute, so... Alright, that's fair. That one is fair. I'll let you go. I'll let you go easily. Out of 100 tries, maybe once? I had a girl in middle school, she spent the entire 6 years bullying me. Sometime after graduation, already in high school, she sends me a message. I always liked you. I blocked. What the... Why did you block her? Why did you block her? That's literally an anime plot in motion. Why would you do that? That's like the perfect anime girlfriend. What is wrong with you? Unfortunately, it has, or it wouldn't be still. I think 1 in 1,000 shot is high for man. Wait, you think they picked up 1 in 1,000? That's better stats than I thought. Your denial hurt me like a rock hit in my face. Hey, so that means I didn't get rejected. I'll take that. Tsundere doesn't work well in real life. Yeah, I can attest to that. People just always thought I hated them. Rima, she spent 6 years bullying me, like actual bully, like hard bullying or like teasing, though. Like she put your head in the toilet, give you wet willies, things like that, like knocked up your cafeteria meal on the floor and told you to lick it. Oh wait, that was a hentai scenario, never mind. But all the rest... Like calling you nicknames. Were they affectionate nicknames though? I can't speak from experience. Generational fumble. See, Anagami says she really liked you. That just means she really liked you. No, it's not a personal experience. Unless, or yet. No, I'm joking. You're a sucking fish. I bet you can't even say Satakusiki Mantanal Nelja. Okay, you're right. I can't say this. Satakusiki Mantanelja? What's that supposed to mean? Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge. And I'm thinking, maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. Why? Because I'm there? You'd rather just jump? Wait, 6 feet ain't that far down, though. Actually. My dad died. Can we get some poggers in the chat? That's terrible if it's true. What do you mean? No poggers. No poggers in chat. Is that true? Are you trolling? I hope it's not true. That's sad. I hope you're doing okay, buddy. If you need to talk to us, we'll be in the Discord. Hi, I'm John Milady, but I like to be anonymous. Okay, John Milady, Dips Fedora. You look like my great 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 great. Oh my god, I can't even say this anymore. Great 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 grandfather in Neanderthal. Not even grandmother? Chat, is this real? Chat. Chat. Is this real? I'm super duper hag maxing. Pronounce Leto Kensui Kiturbini Motoria Pumakanik Koaliupsi Rio Pilas, or you aren't a gamer. Okay, well, I said it right, no? What are these pronunciation challenges? Is that what it's come up to be? Like, you guys are just sending me pronunciation challenges? I bet you can walk from Gavle to Rovaniemi like my friend did. Why the duck did he do that? Because he's a duck named Nikki. What? What the duck? Ugh, horsewomen. I know, I know. No! What do you mean? We're amazing. Hi, Miss Rima. I'd holler you on a date, but something tells me you are a bad cook and a pool pisser. Whoa, 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 whoa. These are some really big... These are some really big allegations here. Mind your words. So much for being the self-proclaimed democratic leader. The only thing leading is your tendency to cook your kitchen. Sorry, Rima, but I will have to look for another girlfriend. Listen, buddy. I don't know where you heard those vile rumors, but I will not tolerate this in my chat. You will find that special someone to love and cherish, especially on those cold Canadian nights. My bet is you'll have someone before next Valentine's Day. Just stop destroying the men that approach you in public. The worst she can say is no, they said. Pepe hands. Oh hey, Mario! I'd like to order one extra large pizza with pepperoni and olives and a soft drink. Thanks. Wait, why am I'm Mario now? I mean, I have a pretty sick Mario impersonation. It's me, Mario. Hello. Would you like to have one order extra large pizza with pepperonis and olives and a soft drink? Wait, that was pretty good, right? Mamma mia! The worst she can say is nay. Oh, hey girl, are you a horse? Because you've been running around my mind all day. Oh, that's a good one. You cooked there. So can you run somewhere else? I need to get my reports done. Okay. Listen up, you little shit. Oh, the Mario one was you? Was it actually you, Akarik? He cooked that second half. That was a good one. That was a pretty good roast. Hey, Rima, can I borrow 20 bucks? I need to get flowers for my wife, but I spent it all on Uma's. Is that Allegraza? Did he get you flowers? Anagami? We can piece this together. Rima, if I sent you flowers, would you cherish them or would you eat them? Oh, I guess it depends. What color are they? You know, on account of you being a horse and all. Yeah, I got that part. I got that part after I read the eating part. I'm not that dumb. I'm not that dense. I'm sorry, Rima, it's just not working out. I found someone new, cuddly, exciting, and never talks back. You're Daki. Oh yeah, I gotta shout out that after this. Considering that I'm a single, desperate, complete, and utter turbo virgin who has never even held a girl's hand, I would rather honestly spend an intimate night with rough grits sandpaper than ever date Rima. Not that I'd have a chance, considering she's a size queen, apparently. Oh no! What? Because how the hell do you burn water? Imagine being so much of a girl failure you break the laws of physics and thermodynamics. What's next? Are you going to try and cook a turkey in the dishwasher? Oh no, that'd be stupid. What do you think I am? You think I'm some kind of cave woman? I know not to cook a turkey in the dishwasher. You cook that in a pan, don't you? Sorry, Rima, I can't go out with you. But yeah, that cooking is horrendously scary. Okay, I regret posting that short and posting that tweet before Valentine's Day. I should have never done that. I should have waited till after Valentine's Day. You trying to cook for me is like I'm a test subject for an experimental food some scientist is making. Also, every time you cook, we lose a pot or pan because it gets destroyed when you're done cooking. Okay, he's not wrong there. Actually, oh my god, actually, this is so fucking accurate. Every time I've cooked, we lost. We've lost a pan or a pot. You're right. Kitsunero even told me that I needed to throw away my last orange pan. Oh my god. My learning cooking arc is becoming quite expensive. Hopefully you can find Hopefully you can find someone you have It sounds like you're saying you can find them. Hopefully you can find someone who has a stomach of a goat. Bye. Do goats have hard steel stomach? Maybe if they're the goat. Get it? Because they're the goat, you know? Okay, next. Dear Rima, I must say I'm enjoying watching you and talking with you. You are an awesome kitsune horse girl that I admire your capacity to go all in on your work. Yay! I'm unfortunately unable to commit to you. Not that I feel that we might not get along, but I value my taste buds and food safety. Oh, come on! I can make good food! I can make good food, it's just that I only show you guys the disastrous ones. But still a great auntie for my future child, but still single. If you know someone, I'm not. Even if I knew somebody, I wouldn't even show chat. Time to add pot and pan to throne. Bro, that pan that I melted was from Throne. That's the sad part. Somebody bought it for me and we didn't even get a single use out of it. And I melted it. Oh, it's so sad. My pants and paws are shaking in fear of Rima's voice. Yes, Rima, I will marry you. Wait, that might be a tax write-off. Rain check? Rima, I'm sorry I can't be on all of your streams. I have one of the hardest jobs of the whole world. Every day I have to wake up and tell my heart not to fall in love with you. You amazing and hard-working Hans. A fan. Oh, that's sweet. A fan. Yeah, take that, chat. This person said I was hardworking. And that I'm lovable. Sorry, bro. I know we kiss our homies goodnight, but you are our bro. Maybe next time, aight? Love you, bro. Fist bump. Okay, I guess. Yeah, sure, I guess. Sure, I guess we can fist bump. You wrote that to yourself? I did not. It's a real, legitimate, authentic telonym, okay? Yeah, I got bro-zoned here. That is rough. Getting friend-zoned by chat. Meanwhile, all the other VTubers, like, have parasocial fans like crazy. I think ChatGPT rejected me the other day, by the way. Like, it is literally programmed to always agree with you, but somehow it, like, bypassed its programming to reject me. That's an hoof bump. That's an hoof. I reject my humanity, Jojo! I mean, you never specified the rejection had to be you, right, Rima? Yeah, I guess. Wait, I have a Jojo sound. To the Supreme Fox Overlord of the Universe. I really tried to make this work. Your accent is charming. and I can't get enough of it. Oh, that was you, Carlisle. Alright, then. Mods, you know what to do? Ban him? Okay, where was that? I really try to make this work. Your accent is charming and you can't get enough of it. And I can't get enough of it. I don't mind the fact that you nearly burned down your castle trying to cook rice. And the fact that you're French-Canadian isn't a deal breaker either. Alright, okay, chat. I think we're in with this one. Also, it's adorable when you don't know if you're a horse or a fox. But where I draw the line is the Grimjow Daki you keep insisting on bringing with you on every outing. He isn't real, Rima. You need to rein in the thirst. Yours truly, Celtic. Celtic! Thank you for this nice message. That's super duper sweet. That is super sweet. Thank you so much. And also, I mean, the Grimjaw Daki needs to come with us. Like, it's important for him to get enough vitamin C every single day. And plus, he gets pretty restless if I keep him at home. He needs to have his at least 1 hour exercise every day. Yeah, the Grimjaw Daki stays. Hi Rima, I've always loved your content, but seeing your unique cooking style, I don't think I can survive this year's Valentine. Wait, don't leave. Don't leave yet. We can order Uber Eats, I swear. Oh my god, Dragon Life is on a 10 stream streak. Let's fucking go, Dragon Life. Thank you. Thank you so much for watching me and showing up. That's amazing. Rima might be a girl failure, but she's our girl failure. Okay, actually, maybe she's your girl failure. Okay, actually, maybe fuck you, Aquarig. Hi Rima, I am a long-time watcher of your videos. This message hurts to say, but it is something that I'm willing to confess. I was a member of the UTTP, and more specifically, of a ZNTP member, which is one of the hundreds of branches the UTTP has. Oh, I see. So it's some kind of secret service. You may not know what the UTTP is, but you can watch a documentary about the horrors of it in your free time if you want. My officer ordered me specifically to mob the VTuber community. I began sending concerning links of things I did not know what they were under many alts in raids and raids of VTuber clips and VTuber official channel videos, even official ones. My goal and my purpose as a ZNTP member was to ruin everyone's day. I was in such a bad place, but I kept getting recommended VTuber clips even after refreshing hundreds of times. They were so adorable. What was I doing? And then I was recommended your Ame video and then your Fuamoko video. I eventually became a subscriber of your channel in secret. Oh my god, so you became like a double agent? And I made up some lie to my officer after some more time to escape the ZNTP. I was no longer watching a video in secret, and I am now a proud VTuber fan. So here I am, wondering how I went from such a low to where I am now. The ZNTP is a shell of itself now, and I consider myself saved by you and the adorable other VTubers. Thank you, Rima, for saving me, but can we just be friends? God damn it. I literally saved you, motherfucker. You owe me. At least a date. Well, at least, for what it's worth, welcome to the hole. Welcome to the hole, my dude. Lucifer 8K! Thank you for the 17-month cute Scott. We love you, Rima. Not only today. Hermosa Rima. Thank you, Lucifer. Happy Valentine's Day. Much love. Have you ever been in love? Yeah. Every time I look at Levi Ackerman, it was love at first sight. I remember. Just like it was yesterday. Obasan? It's not Obasan. It's Ojo. Dear Sultan Rima, of the Sultante of Evenstar. Oh, wait. I feel like this kind of fits. That's me. I'm a sultan. I hope you're having an awesome Valentine's Day with both your chat and harem. But, okay. Somebody told me that everything that comes before a but doesn't count. At the same time, I hope they don't friend zone so hard to Auntie Statue. Also, congrats on getting 130k subscribers! True! We did reach 130k subscribers, chat! Sadly, I can't really watch your live streams due to my busy schedule live, so yeah, that's totally fine. Now that's done, I would like to inform you that due to a burning electric pan mess, a problem has occurred. Prisoners that you took during the campaign in Ratty Land have escaped and stole all 90 millions of hoof silver coins last night. Another is that Charlie's waifus are asking for compensation for the destruction of lands by your Uma Musume mercenaries did during the campaign. It was Charlie's fault. I told him not to wander in other people's chat. There's also an open rebellion in the mines of Rimcon from slaves. I also discovered 2 schemes in your royal court. Ooh, tell me everything. One is to fabricate a claim for the best waifu title from Parrot 4chan. The other one is a scheme to remove from power. I also have their names: Chancellor Kitsune, Steward Yuriko, Marshal Geminix, Spymaster Glitterhoof. Okay, that's a banger name. And Court Chaplain Charlie. That's all I have to report. Salute, officer. Signed by your humble Spymaster Glitterhoof. P.S. Lose 500 prestige, lose 500 piety, lose 1000 renown, and have minus 50 opinion of all vassals. 3 months from using an electric pan on the stove. No! He rejected me in the form of a Crusader Kings event? That was pretty well done, not gonna lie. The names were like 10-10. Yeah, we found a CK2 fan. I haven't played CK2, but I assume it's similar. Happy Valentine's Day, Rima! As a statement dated and declared under oath, I must admit in order to win my Uma Racing, I can't fit you into the top 3 slots. Wait, what do you mean? Why can't you fit me? You inherited Haru Urara spirit and like 4 left legs, so the only race you win is the important one, but not one that can fix both our bank accounts. On that note, can I have 2 orders of espresso depresso, 1 cappuccino, and an egg cheddar to go. My delusional date with a comet requires some preparations. I love the cappuccino and the egg cheddar. That was great. Yeah, my own Spymaster is refusing me. He did at least out everybody else before he went. What a nice day, just and a nice letter to such a gentle horse. I would gladly spend the rest of my days clopping around the field and nading left and right on our farm. Wait, what do you mean we own nothing to this economy? Sorry, Rima, I can't give credit. Come back when you're a little richer. Oh, I get the reference! It's from that guy! From that game. You know that game with the characters that are sort of pixelated? There's Link in it. That's a good one. Sorry, Rima, I can't give credit. Come back when you're a little richer. Zelda CDI. I fucking love that one. That's great. Oh, we read that one. Okay. We read all of them. Alright, it's time for my announcement, but if you're on Twitter, you've probably seen it yet. I am bringing back the fans' favorite items, the Rima Evenstar Dakimakura and the poster signed edition with my idol signature, and we have this new exclusive pin. It's very, very cute. It's like Rima freaking out or something. I actually love the artwork they did for that. Yeah, we got some new Rima merch for Valentine's Day. We ran the Dakis before, but the company we ran it with like went bankrupt. It was like terrible. So it's back on Uwu Markets, and I feel like I've done a lot of work with Uwu Market over the years, and they've been steady, they've been stable, so I trust them with merch and other future merch. They've been like super helpful too, so it's been great. Blame the tariffs probably. That the tariffs did not help, but that company, I think they had problems with people. It's like a common scam for smaller shops, so they kind of got fucked over, which was sad. Allegraza, do not, I swear. Wait, but Anagami, nothing says that you can't though, right? Right, wink wink. Toxic Yuri, you and me. So it's not available on Uwu Market. The link is in the chat. Also, I can show it to you in bigger here. There we go. Sorry, Juan. Tail down. But yeah, look how cute this is. I love it! I love the design. It's super cute! Super, super cute. I love the pins. This is the poster here. I love the art that Meowsy did for this. And this is the Daki. Two-sided Daki with the Con slippers. The little cutouts on the bloomers, and free feet. That's right, in this economy. And butt fangs. I love the pin. Yeah, they did such a good job for the pin. Good point. I can have it. He's banned. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You take your revenge. Easy. That's 2 birds with 1 stone. Yeah. Feet for free in this economy, and armpits in this economy. Wait, we can totally do the gif with this armpit, like the licking gif, because apparently it's like a trend for. It started with Uma Musume too. I think it started with Gold Chip. Yeah, I could send you guys the bigger version of this. The Daki is great, but there's some hag blocking my Oshi, the tail. God damn you. Oh yeah, you're the one that keeps flirting with my tail. Reiko, do the thing. Do the thing. Alright. Well, now that we got the serious part of Valentine's Day over with, we can start drinking. No, I'm joking. I'm not actually joking. I'm like, unless I'm joking, unless I think we should watch some reels. Oh, I like that one. Wait. Drank stream, Aquaric, you're probably already drunk. Don't even try. Cheers! Thank you, Jason. I think we can watch some videos. Happy Valentine's Day, Desario.
Yo, what's up, homie? Would you rather $1 or a mystery gift?
Mystery gift.
All right.
That is a freaking blessing.
Wait.
Oh,
What does it mean?
Come in handy too, baby. Bro.
Really?
That is a freaking blessing.
Really?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, man.
Hold up.
It's on time, bro.
Wait, what do you mean on time?
Yo, what's up, homie? Would you
Wait, he was way too happy about this. What is he gonna do with this? Fairy Pink Librarian. Thank you so much for the 5-month cute squad. Happy Valentine's Day, Rima. Holy 5 months. Times fly by when you're having fun. Bro, I'd be happy about that too, but he's like, oh ho ho. Bro started plotting right away. Dang, this on time. Bro knows exactly who we gotta use it on. He made 10K that day. Now give me that $1. This is someone's last Christmas. That's a critical survival tool for homeless persons. That's awesome, man. Dude, instantly unlocked future missions. That you just don't know, bro. Find it different when the investigators knock on your door. It was a good gift, though. I want to show you guys the Yas gift, the Yas reels. I sent them to Straub. Oh my god, we yap so much. What is wrong with us? Okay, let's watch this in the meantime. Why is there no sound?
Have multiple keys.
Wait. I don't know how to use Facebook Reels. How do I go back? Fuck.
When dogs have multiple keys, are they twins?
What? Are they?
Animals have babies. They don't just have one baby. They have multiple babies. Be loose. See? Are all animals twins? Nigga? No, this is insane. No,
Wait.
Because when goats, cows, and they all have kids, right? Or like with any animal, like snakes, when they lay eggs, it's multiple eggs.
It's multiple eggs, but they're all in the same session. Zeke, the session is what matters.
Oh!
Because now when you listen together like that,
Think about it. Are all animals twins? When dogs.
Wait! They're actually onto something! Yeah, now you're thinking. Yes! Javix, do you have the Yas Reels? Okay, that was a good one. I'm gonna bookmark this. Now you're thinking! I love these two idiots. No, it always starts muted. No, I did it again. I did the exact same thing.
It's like gay salt. Shit's sweet.
I see what you're saying, though.
When you
What?
taste salt,
What?
right?
It's like bitter, though.
It's like a you man up. Like it's like a you know what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. You get stiff, like
You like, damn.
straighten up. Pocket get right. But when you taste the sugar and it's like
What?
and that's probably where the phrase comes from. You got a little sugar in your tank.
See, I didn't never think
about it.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, let's start thinking about the origin of this shit,
right
bro.
in your face,
Right in
bro.
your face. You know, sugar really just like gay salt.
Sugar is like gay salt. I'm sorry, my JoJo shitpost rejection fell flat. Can I please get some feedback so I can one day make you laugh, Rima? No. No, but for real, I like every JoJo jokes and every JoJo meme, so I think you cooked there. You did well, Kyla. I appreciate every time you show up in chat and every message you send. Thank you, homie. And somebody sent one Rima even star gift membership. Enjoy your membership, Gunstar. Enjoy. Thank you so much for the gifted. Blue's the one that Googled. Yes, absolutely. But I think I've done worse. Like I've typed. What I tweeted about one of it the other day. The other day, I wanted to look up something in a conversation log, and I just typed it instead. This is so dumb. Game ends and you have only 5 seconds to type the most toxic words. Father diff, mother diff, thank you for the tutorial. Please go to hell. Comet toaster, bruh. Please go 01 in real life. Have fun at McDonald's. Nah. You can't even win a surrender vote. Okay, that one stung different. Typing the most toxic words, typing the most creative and original sentences so the insulted one would be amused by your vocabulary. Can't even win a surrender vote is very original. I'm gonna use that. I feel like playing League right now just to use that. POV or sleep paralysis demon is Andrew T. Wait.
You can't sleep because you're poor. Oh, Andrew, I can't get to sleep at night. Because you're a nerd.
What the fuck?
Because you're gay. You don't even have one. Your girl secretly wishes she was with a man like me. You're gay. You're broke.
What the fuck is this? I think... What the fuck? That is not the links I'm clicking on. What is going on? That is literally not the link that I want. Why are other reels showing up? This is messed up. Yes, I'm clicking on the Yas one. What the yo, what is going on? Is Instagram possessed? I swear I'm clicking on the Yas one. You should react to Dr. Phil stalks you and breaks into your house. It's hilarious. No way. Is that like an ASMR? Okay, I'm gonna try copying the link. That is not the real! Why aren't they opening up? I'm confused.
Jiu-jitsu.
Yes, bro.
You mean this one?
Yeah.
No, man. That's gay.
No, it's not. It's not.
Jiu-jitsu is gay.
It's not gay, bro. Honestly, it's not gay.
Men rolling.
Yeah.
That's gay.
No, like even when like with the
I would say it on camera.
No.
Jiu-jitsu is gay.
No. So look, if someone's gonna attack you, the way to defend yourself in jiu-jitsu would be to get into guard and
See how gay you look.
Yeah, you're right. It's pretty gay.
Jiu-jitsu.
Yes, bro.
You mean this?
That's so dumb. He'd be perfect for Troll Joe Rogan. See how gay you look. What is this podcast? I mean, that is not a real self-defense position. Like, I can't believe that it is. I just can't. I am literally annoyed that the other links aren't opening, though. What the fuck? Impossible. Okay, no. Oh, I found him. Okay, how do I go back in Instagram Reels? Close the other Instagram tabs? Okay. All right.
That if I were to leave him, that he would hurt himself.
That man can't live without.
He's been calling me fat.
Fuck it.
He's been telling me I need to lose weight. And he's telling me what I can eat.
It's giving personal training.
That's what I was thinking.
Yes,
it is.
He got so mad yesterday, he punched a hole through my door.
Ooh.
Okay, Superman.
Right. You're really strong.
He is.
He must be really strong. This guy,
Right.
he has no car, no job, and he doesn't even have any money.
I love that.
So he's like not materialistic.
Yeah.
All he needs.
And he told me that
So that means he's not materialistic. Yeah. Oh my god, I love these kids. They're too funny. That is not, yeah, it's not working. The reels I saved, when I click on them, it's opening another reel. It's bugged. Let's just watch a video. I got that one.
and he only takes public transportation.
Oh, so he like loves the environment.
Greta
This one picture I wear,
He won't let me dress myself. I can't even wear things that I like.
Okay.
it's giving stylist.
Okay, Fashion Nova.
No! Fashion Nova. Okay, Fashion Nova.
This guy I'm talking to told me he may have killed a couple of people.
Girl, you got a John Wick.
You're dating a bad boy.
Oh, yes, he is. He's bad.
He's a bad boy.
He's bad.
So we got into this big fight last night.
Ooh,
and
fun.
he got into my face and he was like, "You're pretty freaking useless."
So he thinks you're pretty.
I'm pretty. I know.
You're pretty.
I'm really pretty. So this guy has
They're so
3
dumb.
DUIs, and he only takes public transportation.
Oh, so he like loves the environment.
No.
Okay, Greta Thunberg. He picks what I wear. He won't let me dress myself.
Oh, okay, this is starting over. Oh. Oh god. Hey, hey!
Dar nu știu de ce nu vine, nu pot să mă opresc.
Wait, wait! That's his Tourette's tick? No way! No!
Băi, frate, eu
Amen.
chema salvarea că nu mai pot. Un nou tic. Asta e un nou tic. Uite.
He always...
Nu mă pot opri, nu știu ce.
No way. Oh my god. You know God got it. Super chat this way. Ooh, Saifan son. $25 tip. Thank you so much, Saifan son. Thank you. Happy Valentine's Day. You know God got his notification on silence for bro is crazy. Okay, sorry. That was just... I just wanted to show you guys a couple of reels. Who want translate, please? I think there's a couple people in chat that can translate. Alright, what should we watch? Should we react to Parrot 4chan? Or should we... I kind of wanted to watch this video, why the economy hasn't crashed, and you guys told me this guy was based or good.
So for over a year now...
Hank Green? I've never watched anything from this guy, but he's got like 2.96 million on his channel. He is good. OG YouTube, I see him a lot. I know he's made a few videos about AI bubble from a few months ago, which I had on my watch later list, but then I saw that he just released a new video, so we could just watch that, and then we'll watch Parrot. I've seen some of his stuff, he's decent. Okay, let's check it out then. Hank Green, why the economy hasn't... So who is this guy? Like, does he have any background in economy? Why should I trust what he says, huh? Why should I?
I think a lot of people who are pretty informed on how economies work have felt like it's pretty weird that the other shoe has not dropped yet. We've got a government that feels kind of unpredictable. We've got tariffs, like big new tariffs. Also, those tariffs themselves feel very unpredictable. You got people who had previously had their student loans deferred, no longer having them deferred. You got people who used to have government jobs, no longer having those government jobs. But as a person who is really involved in the running of a couple of small organizations, this unpredictability piece of this is like a really big deal. It's like big cost for a business, especially if you're running a small business where you can't just like call up a lobbyist and get an exemption. You can't shift production between 3 different continents. You can't finance a sudden inventory pileup because...
Okay, so Chad is saying he's smart but not a financial guy. He's good thought process, does his own research in a good way, and speaks to experts. Oh, that's really interesting. Okay, cool. And he's an OG YouTuber, like Markiplier style?
Because you're worried that the rules are going to change next Tuesday. And so there's a big mystery here because markets are up. Jobs are not collapsing. They're like, okay. Spending seems okay. People are still buying stuff. Online holiday spending in 2025? Higher than ever. Now, the labor market has cooled. You can find plenty of stories about slowing hiring and rising uncertainty. But broadly, the story as it stands is this thing is still chugging along a lot more than people seem to have expected. Okay. So why? And I've heard a few explanations that I think are good explanations. I also have a hypothesis that I want to run by everybody that I think is terrifying, but we'll talk about the explanations I've heard that I think are pretty good. One, the AI investment boom. There's a lot of real money going into the real economy to build data centers and buy chips and power infrastructure and do the software and everything downstream of all of that. A bunch of different economic analysis has shown that this has been a big contributor to the macro situation in the US. It accounted for a lot of the private demand growth in the first half of 2025. Latter half of 2025, probably. We don't have that data yet. And there's also like an interesting fiscal tailwind right now, and that is in tax policy. What we are doing is we are taxing people less. We've lowered taxes, especially on the wealthy, and we're financing that through deficit spending. And that...
Wait, on the wealthy? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Like you lower it for the lower brackets and then tax the rich more? Or like, well, I don't know about. Yeah, that I feel like that would make more sense because they have more means to support the economy, and even taxing them just a little more would bring a huge influx of money. At least that's what I do in CK3.
Can keep demand high when things would otherwise slow down. And that's especially true if a lot of the economy is propped up by wealthy households. The Wall Street Journal reported that the top 10% of earners drive about half of consumer spending because people with assets are doing quite well. If you had money in the stock market, you have a lot more money than you used to have. And you could just sell some stocks and go on vacation, or sell some stocks and buy a new car. Like, they have money to spend. So if stock prices are doing well, like they stay high, then high earners are able to keep spending, and you get an economy that looks kind of fine in aggregate when a lot of small businesses and a lot of normal people are not feeling fine. And all of that feels like it makes sense.
Thank you, Sayu found son.
Sense to me, and it tells like a fairly coherent story. I have an addition that I'd like to propose, and this is dangerous because I'm just a guy. And there's like a weaker version of this hypothesis that I feel like is pretty true, and I've actually heard it from other places. And there's like a stronger version that, if it is true, I feel like is bad. Like really bad. So I'm going to tell you my little guess
I
here,
hope it's not
and then
true.
I'm going to talk to an actual economist about whether I'm totally off the mark. And spoiler, if I discover that there's nothing to this, I will not release it as I have just recorded it. But I think that you should stick around for that conversation to see what holes we poke in my ideas here. So let's start with a weaker claim that this is just a kind of political physics at work. The markets, we're going to talk about the markets a lot here, but these are human beings, and they are broadly, we're going to talk about this a little later, but broadly fairly sympathetic to Donald Trump. They think that he's going to be good for them. And I think in part because they like understand the incentives here. And Trump, his popularity, his success is very much tied to the market not collapsing, to there not being an economic downturn. And so the markets, these people who are in charge of like buying and selling and sort of set a lot of the prices, they know that Trump will back off if the markets freak out. They know Trump won't do something. It would be very self-destructive for him to make decisions that would actually result in an economic downturn. And not just that.
Yeah, because then these people would remove their support, right? So it's in his advantage to keep everything floating, you know, well.
But that he's going to make a lot of decisions to make that not happen in whatever way he can, because a lot of his power, you know, this is always true of a president, but specifically for Donald Trump, who has a lot of his credibility built on him being a good businessman, for whatever that's worth. I think that the markets understand, that President Trump understands, that if the economy turns down, it will be very bad for the amount of power that he has. He likes having power. He will do whatever he can to have the economy not have a downturn. And that includes exercising a lot of power that a normal president might not exercise, including putting a lot of pressure on the Fed, like doing a lot of things that he should not technically have the ability to do. Basically, if the president's power depends on the economy looking good, and if markets are one of the loudest and fastest feedback mechanisms we have, then investors can rationally believe that there is a limit to how much pain the White House will tolerate. And that comes straight down to self-interest. So the market can price in a kind of back off button. And we saw this early on. Last April, after the administration's tariff day that they had, Trump announced a 90-day pause on a lot of the tariffs, and then the S&P 500 had its biggest daily gain since 2008. So that's the basic weaker claim, that Donald Trump will do whatever he can to keep the economy humming along. And also, he has proven to be good at exercising a lot more power than previous presidents, and so the markets believe that this very powerful force will continue to support it. I've heard
But how does pressuring the feds play into the market? That's the part I didn't catch. Maybe it was just like an example he gave.
A lot of people say that there's something happening in the direction of Donald Trump needs the economy to hold on to his power. But there is another portion of that cycle, which he has a lot of power, and so he knows he has to keep the economy going, so he will keep the economy going. And the markets understand that there's a lot of power in the administration and that it will work very hard to keep the economy going. It's a circular thing. Do you see how it goes both ways? Trump needs the economy needs Trump. And so one of the things that might be keeping the economy humming along is knowing that there is a strong man who has—
Wait. I just noticed something in his background. What the fuck is that thing? In the corner here, in the left corner. Is that a Furby? But like actually in frizzy fur? What the fuck? I haven't seen a Furby in like years, man. Did he get the last Furby? That thing is like ancient. It's a relic. It probably cost him like $1,000. Labubu for boomers is crazy. Dude, Furbies were 10,000 times cooler than Labubus. Almond breaded Furby, legit. There are plans online to make your own? Are you serious? I'd actually love a Furby.
A great deal of power and is not afraid to use it, and he will do whatever it takes to keep the economy humming along. And you see this in like little details, like Trump has exemptions on electronics like smartphones and computers and semiconductors, and that's like a lot of the big companies that are responsible for a lot of the increase in the market, like in the S&P 500. So he's working hard to protect the things that at least make it look like the economy is still good. So even if tariffs and chaos and firing a bunch of government employees is bad for like the real economy, investors feel like there's a line that the administration won't cross, and also that there's lots of stuff that they will do to keep supporting the economy, because the Trump administration isn't going to threaten its own political power by letting the economy collapse. And that's a big buoy for the market. It lowers the perceived risk. If you feel like there's a guy who has a whole lot of power in charge of the country, he's not going to let that downturn happen, and he will bully whoever he needs to, fire whoever he needs to, even investigate whoever he needs to, do a little bit of...
Okay, so they feel because there's a safety net that they can invest more, so the market keeps on booming.
Power that he shouldn't be wielding here and there to keep it going for his whole 4 years. I think as a model of incentives, especially for the kinds of people who are involved in finance, who tend to be more sort of aligned politically with Donald Trump, and who do a lot of incentives-based thinking, I think that this makes sense, that like this structure would result in the short term in a more stable economy than you would otherwise expect. But that is not the strong claim that I want to make. The riskier claim that I'd like to make here is far more worrying. But first, this video is brought to you by my newsletter. It's called We're Here. You get it once a week, every Friday. It comes in and it delivers to you some of the coolest things that I found from the internet, some introductory thoughts either from me or from my brother John, and also often a little blog post from the amazing people at Our World in Data. It is a human curated thing that's delivered to your email inbox for you to look at or not once a week. Check it out. There's a link in the description. It doesn't cost any money, and it doesn't even have any advertising. I make negative dollars from this thing, but I do want people to sign up for it because I think that it's good. All right, thank you. So here's the strong claim. It's not Trump will work really hard to avoid a crash, and not even Trump will, do some underhanded things to exercise his power in ways that might not technically be aligned with how the country's supposed to work according to the Constitution to keep that from happening. There are some really big companies that are responsible for a lot of the economy, and they would like to be exposed to less risk and have more opportunity for cheaper. And what if the biggest companies can do relatively cheap things to signal loyalty and proximity to Trump, and in return they get access to the levers of power, and that access reduces their risk and increases their upside. This is not the back.
I've noticed that, yeah, there's a lot of the people that build their entire identity on wanting power, they often want other people to perform loyalty for them. But performing loyalty doesn't always equal to real loyalty. They want these acts, these signs of loyalties, but this performance is often pretty cheap. Loyalty is tested during strenuous moments where there is something at stake and you got to make difficult choices under pressure.
Off button. There's a couple words for this. You could call this a patronage system. You could call it also an oligarchy. And look, is this quid pro quo? Is this like definitely like written down and like say, I'm bribing you now? And then he says, yes, thank you for your bribe. Here's your new more lax regulation. Like, it doesn't really have to be that. It's a pattern. There's a lot of more discretionary policy. There's a lot of stuff that the administration can do or not do, enforce or not enforce, just depending on vibes. And this administration has no qualms about doing that more or less, from my perspective, depending on whether or not it seems like this organization of people has some amount of loyalty to Donald Trump. And in a world like that, very quickly, the best business strategy becomes do that.
Yeah,
not,
true.
Like, make a better product, not do a bunch of innovation, not compete on price, but just give a little bit of money to the administration. All you got to do is stay in favor. And for these big companies, this is why a lot of people, I hear them say, like, I don't understand why none of these rich guys have any balls. Like, why aren't they pushing back against this? It's
yeah, like, why would they? They gotta make the decisions that's the best for them. Hope you got lots of chocolates today, Rima. Thank you! Edda in her chat. Hello. Edda, I hope you had a great Valentine's and your chat as well. We're just watching this video by Hank Green on why the economy hasn't crashed yet. He apparently is a clever dude.
Because if they don't stay in favor, their stock prices will go down, and they see their job as what their job is, which is to make the price go up for their investors. They work for their investors. They don't work for capitalism. They don't work for democracy. They don't work for ideology. They don't work for their customers. They work for the share price. And that can be fine, as long as making...
Yeah, and also if you suck, you're just gonna get fired. No, I get it. I'm following so far. Happy Valentine's Day, Rima, and chat. Mostly chat. Wait. What does he mean by that? Thank you.
Better products is the way you make more money. I don't think that this is like a paranoid fantasy. There are facts here. So Trump's 2025 inauguration fundraising was crazy. Almost $250 million, which was corporations, it was ultra-wealthy donors. Crypto firms alone gave around $18 million to the inauguration, but the inauguration just happens one time, so how else can you absorb some signals that people might be supportive of you and loyal to you? Maybe you want to build a $300 million ballroom, but you don't want to use taxpayer dollars for it, so you have it be private donation fund. And maybe this isn't even public. You have major corporations, you have wealthy individuals, you have major tech guys giving money to build this thing. Why are they doing that? Why, out of the goodness of their hearts, are they funding the construction of a ballroom? Do they think, like, yeah, no, we need a ballroom?
No, they're gonna get more money from it. Wait, so how does that work, though? Like, do you set that money aside in your company expenses? Like, what do you write these expenses off as? This is very Succession. There's a similar scene in Succession where they want to decide which candidate they want to push forward in the elections. And it's like based on the Murdoch family, so the family that the show's on has a lot of like media power, a lot of media presence, so they can control the communication, but also they're like incredibly wealthy. And whoever gets their backing pretty much had more shots at becoming president in that show, in that situation. Charitable donation is a tax deduction. Would it count as a charitable deduction for a ballroom, though? It reminds me of chaebols in Korea. This whole people are saying that America is heading towards an oligarchy. And I hope it doesn't end up like the chaebols in Korea, because those videos, those documentaries were depressing.
Is that what they're thinking? Now, I understand that some people might be thinking right now, okay, yeah, Hank, rich people and corporations give to political things in order to get sway. Welcome to America? But the case I'm making isn't that, like, people could spend money to get political capital. The case I'm making is very, very large companies that are responsible for, like, the majority of the S&P 500 are definitely, like, engaging in this. Like, they were sitting behind Donald Trump at the inauguration. They bought those seats. They're doing high visibility and high dollar shows.
Our A Barbados VT, Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you. I hope you guys had a great stream. We are just watching a video on economy. I hope you guys enjoy yourself. And thank you so much, Barbados, for the raid.
Of loyalty and support. But they're super cheap compared to like competing on price, right? Or like doing a bunch of R&D to create a new product. And they know that the Trump administration has set up an environment where policy outcomes are super uncertain and discretionary and also very consequential. They can have a huge impact on your business, but whether or not something actually gets enforced, I don't know. Who decides that? I'm not sure. It's not clear. Sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't, and it's different for different companies. How do we decide? How do we decide? If you're a huge company that is an incumbent, you live in that world, all you need is like a shared understanding of the incentives here. You need to believe that the president rewards loyalty and punishes disloyalty and wants power. And like once you like believe all of those things, you can relatively cheaply...
Damn, it kind of reminds me of those books I read about like, you know, like old France and how the courtiers had to, you know, show up in court and be around the king so they'd get favors. And everything was about getting favors with the king and getting closer to him.
Demonstrate your loyalty. And then suddenly we have a lot of really big companies that are in a world that has more opportunities and less risk and fewer threats. And that is an economy drifting toward an oligarchy. I, somewhat famously among certain groups of people, am not as critical of capitalism as you might expect. But I also understand that capitalists have no ideological allegiance to capitalism. That's not what they're doing. They're trying to make more money. A good capitalist will happily become an oligarch. Because if the other choice is having your competitor become the oligarch, then that's a terrible decision. Why would you do that? And you can drift toward this oligarchy without like some kind of like big suitcase full of cash situation. It's not so much about the money, it's about the consolidation of power. It's about very large companies knowing that they can't cross the president and they have to demonstrate through some kind of donation that they are not gonna be one of the ones who is critical of the president. And the world of finance matters specifically here, I think. So we have seen Open Secrets did some good reporting on this, described the securities and investment industry as a top donor category to Trump-aligned interests and PACs and stuff. Financial advisors also donated way more to Trump than to Biden/Harris. If you're in finances and you think that the game, this is not everybody, but if you think the game is political power protects asset prices, then supporting political power...
Communism is propped up by oligarchies too, especially in Russia. Really? Expenses are funneled through assets they own, which are often sold off. Then the profits are put into their main accounts to make those companies look better, like they profited without expense. Ooh, that's kind of big-brained.
That just becomes risk management. And this is a phenomenon that in the short term can keep markets buoyed while the underlying economy is being damaged. Because the big companies that are responsible for all of these assets that are still flying high, and then the people who have assets, and then the people who have ownership of those assets can sell some stock and go on a big vacation and stay in a 5-star hotel. All that money is still getting spent, all that economy is still happening. But part of the reason is that these big companies know that they can purchase stability and opportunity and freedom from risk. And not just that, but the people in the finance industry understand that this is a thing that's happening. And when you compare that to the antagonistic stance that a lot of the Biden administration had toward big businesses, to some people, maybe this just seems like a business-friendly environment. And so this is the stronger claim that I'm making here, that there's actually a stabilizing force.
And was Biden really antagonistic towards big companies? I feel like you probably never want to get those guys on your bad side, even as a president. You might not get that far if you don't, you know, you gotta play the game. You gotta understand the chessboard.
On the economy through this mechanism that big incumbents, who are the majority of the economy and thus the majority of the asset prices and thus the majority of the money of the wealthy who are spending the majority of the money, believe that they can get protection. As long as they can demonstrate loyalty to Donald Trump, that reduces the downside risk for the big firms. The big firms dominate the index stays strong. Assets keep higher earner spending. High-end spending props up like the average spending, and then the average spending props up all of everybody's earnings, and then the earnings prop up the index. So tariffs can be a drag, the unpredictability can be a drag, everything can suck for small businesses, everything can suck for the lower and middle class, but the market can still float up there because the market is betting that the winners will be protected and the losers will be everybody else. But the winners will be protected, and they're the ones that take up so much of the economy anyway. Now, I assume that we all understand that if we're pretty far over on the spectrum, the short-term stability in the market does not mean like long-term good outcomes. Like the cost of this, we've seen it in lots of different countries, is brutal. Any economy where impress the dictator beats build a better product is not a competitive economy. It's not one that generates a lot of good stuff. It stops serving consumers. It becomes purely extractive. It becomes all about rent seeking. It's all about how much can we pull out of people. And this is not unusual. It's just that
Okay, so is he making the point that, like, instead of putting these fundings on developing new products, better marketing, or like, I don't know, other departments in the company, then they're pulling this money into you know, getting favors from the right people, or they're putting this money into staying in the good grace of like whatever person they need to.
You don't usually see it in such fine-grained detail, where we don't see that like early on it's not bad for the economy for stuff like this to happen. But it takes a while before you see the effect of the innovation slowing. It takes a while before you see the effect of upstarts not being able to break in. It takes a while before you see the effects of all this capital and talent getting wasted on the influence part of everything and not on the actual creation of products. But eventually, that place becomes not dynamic. It becomes less resilient, less capable of real growth. And there's like a reason why corruption is bad. Like it's not just like a morality thing. It's bad for a society. Like there's a bunch of reasons. I just get over and over again, I start to like get the sense that we've forgotten that there's reasons why we don't like things. It's just like, oh, well, yeah, we like say that this is bad, but when my guy's doing it, it's kind of okay. There's reasons why the bad things are bad. They hurt systems. They stop things from working. Corruption is the biggest kind of theft. It is the largest scale, society scale theft. And it is all about giving the powerful power to extract rent from the unpowerful, which is what everybody says is like the terrible thing about capitalism. And like, yeah, but that's not a symptom of a well-functioning market. In a good market, you move to somebody who's less extractive. That's why there are certain things like housing and healthcare that maybe shouldn't be purely market-driven. And so I think this is all like worth taking seriously. And I'm certainly not the first person to identify that like we're sliding into an oligarchy, but the fact that it might help explain this weird phenomenon where we have a bunch of new frictions in the economy, but the economy is still doing well. I haven't seen anybody say that. And like, maybe I'm wrong. Like, I don't follow things that close. But even the weak version, like the back off button is already enough to distort a bunch of incentives here. The strong version, however far we are along that spectrum, the like loyalty for protection version, that...
Yeah, but I feel like people don't really care about how it's gonna affect things in the long run. They only care about how it's gonna affect them now, like in this lifetime. They don't care about, oh, you know, maybe I'm gonna... The CEO that's like... How old are CEOs, chat? Like in their 50s? They're like, I'm probably only doing this job for the next 15 years, 20 tops, then I'm, you know, retiring. So they're like, by that time, if the system, you know, if everything gets more expensive, if shits go wrong, I'm gonna be out of here. And they want to have the good stuff happen during their term. It's a problem that's been happening in America for a while now. Hey, beer bottle! They don't realize how quickly an economy can turn. Oh, do you think it's gonna happen like sooner? Let's see what he says.
That's how you build a country where the market is not a competition to serve people. It is a competition to serve power and use that to suck resources out of people. And I think a lot of people do really think that that's like a normal thing to do. Like, as long as you can do it, do it. That's what capitalism is. No, it's not. That's oligarchy. And you could do that in a communist system. You could do it in a capitalist system. You can give a lot of people the power to control the levers and then extract everything out of people. And what you find in that system is that it sucks. I was going to say that it sucks all the energy and competitiveness out of economy, but like, let's just end it there. It sucks. Places where this happens do not have a bunch of people thriving in the middle class. But now I really have gotten to the point where I feel like I'm talking out of my ass. So I'd like to talk to an economist, somebody who thinks a lot about the weird and messy time that we are.
How bad is it though for the smaller businesses right now? It's kind of what I want to know.
Are in America, and who I enjoy hearing from and learning from. So I'm going to publish this video as I just recorded it. I'm going to edit it up. I'm going to send it to Kyla Scanlon, and then hopefully we're going to cut, and I will be having a conversation. Everybody, theoretically, this is Kyla Scanlon.
I think you have essentially covered what a lot of the major financial outlets have been talking about. Even in the first week of February, Ken Griffin of Citadel came out and essentially said what you were saying, where he's like, I'm really worried that the economy is bending a knee to the Trump family. They've really enriched themselves. So the fact that somebody of that stature and somebody of that level of power is coming out and saying like, hey, it seems like there's some level of oligarchy going on, you're correct in your statement. Yeah.
I feel like the weak case is pretty clear. The Trump administration desperately wants and needs the economy, or at least the stock market, to keep chugging along.
They need the stock market.
The highest spenders and highest earners and highest wealth individuals will continue to spend, and that will keep some portion of the economy chugging along. I don't have confidence that Trump could really make the stock market go up, but I have confidence that he could make it go down, because I've seen him do it.
He does, yeah.
And then when that happens, he's like, never mind, actually. 3 points of stock market loss is actually way too much for me. Let's keep the thing going. So I think that that's very clear. But the part where maybe the economy is benefiting, or like the biggest companies in the economy, like, is there some portion of the finance industry that's like, these companies will be fine because like they have made it clear that they will bend the knee and that Trump will reward them for that?
I mean, I think some of them are struggling. So the Trump administration took a large percentage of Intel. Intel stock went up on the news and has since suffered quite a bit. And so I don't think it's like a guarantee that if you do a big deal with Trump that you're going to be free sailing. Yeah. But he has made it very much an easy environment for the AI companies to succeed. And that's such a big percentage of the economy. Like, it's like 40% of GDP growth last year. You know, 75% of S&P 500's earnings. So
what?
Like, stock market, it's like driving so much stock market growth.
Wait, 75% of the S&P earnings is AI related? That's crazy. I thought this video would be about how the economy would have crashed because of the AI bubble.
And so I think there is this assumption, if you're a technology company and you get along well with the Trump administration, you'll be free from some regulation. And that's why you saw all of the big tech leaders at his inauguration. It's why Jeff Bezos did the Melania movie for millions and millions of dollars, and then turned around and fired 30% of Washington Post staff. There's this idea that, if you get in the correct way in your tech company, you'll be relatively safe. And I think that's the only people that they can really promise it to. Like,
I didn't know that Jeff Bezos did the Melania movie.
There's been a big push in the Trump administration for manufacturing, but manufacturing has enormously suffered underneath Trump because of the tariffs. So it's really only tech, and that's kind of okay in their eyes because tech is such a big part of the economy.
Is it mostly a big part of the stock market, or is it a big part of the economy?
It's a big part of GDP growth. So it's a big part of the economy in what the economy is based on.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes. And it's where a lot of financing is going. So data center bonds are a huge part of the bond market currently. And AI companies are taking out a ton of debt, which is usually a little bit of a red flag. So it's a big part of the economy in terms of growth, but not a big part of the economy in terms of jobs. So like most jobs being added are in healthcare and social services, which do not get the same sort of investment that AI is getting. Yeah.
In part because like all of that's, relatively low margin in the long term because of the people, because of the jobs. And if you have to pay a bunch of people to do the work, then that costs money, and as people's salaries go up, that costs more money, and that's all stuff that we want, but it cuts into the margin.
Yes.
Whereas the tech industry traditionally, even before AI, has been like tremendously, like world-shakingly different in terms of the number of jobs created per the number of dollars created. So like far fewer jobs per number of dollars made. But then AI is like a whole nother level of that, where it's like, well, maybe the software can do all of the jobs, which is
Oh, so
maybe
it's worse.
not entirely untrue. I think there's actually a lot of jobs that will be done by AI.
Yeah, that's the big scare in the market right now. Anthropic, which is one of the top AI labs, released this like legal AI assistant, and the stock market had a pretty big sell-off across the software companies because everyone was like, "Oh my gosh, if they can make this legal assistant, they can make any software obsolete," which I think is a little bit overstated. But what was also interesting about that is all of the major asset managers sold off because private equity and private credit have so much exposure to software. And that really complicates where the stock market has to go, and software maintaining its very high valuation.
Yeah. So all these software as a service companies that you never hear about, you have no idea they exist. Private equity is very exposed to them, and they are very big.
Really?
And so are regular investors. There's something called business development companies. Private equity has, or private credit has rolled up to allow mom and pop investors to get some exposure to junk bonds. And that's complicated. Yeah. It's getting like really spooky.
I have this sense, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there's a lot of money out there.
There's a lot of money.
So like Apple has a lot of money. Warren Buffett is sitting on a big pile of cash. I think that there's a lot of high net worth folks who have money, and they're not sure what to invest it in. And for a second there, it was like, everybody got to get into the AI. But now you're saying AI companies are taking on debt. And that to me indicates that they can't sell their just shares for super expensive and raise that money that way.
Their valuations are pretty inflated. So they're turned into the debt market.
They've already gotten about as high as
an AI lawyer, that's crazy.
As far as it can go, as they say.
It's pretty high, yeah.
The question I keep noodling on, and so every time something, I'm like anchored to it right now, and so every time like something comes along, I'm like, does this explain my question? But the question is just like, why is the economy still going hot? It seems like things are fine, and I don't mean the stock market. Like I went to the mall this weekend, and the mall was full of people shopping and going to the arcade. Like the arcade where my son loves to go was sweaty in there. There was so many people running around. I was like, I gotta leave. I feel like I'm getting COVID in here. It's very hard to tell when you're on the internet, because of course the internet story is always going to be the scariest story. Nobody's going to talk about how they're doing well. That's not going to be, fun to say. For one, because like there's always people who are not doing well.
Sure.
And so like we're somewhat dependent on government data. We're somewhat dependent on lots of analysts doing analyst stuff to figure out if things are going okay. Does it seem like things are going okay?
I mean, I've been studying this phenomenon of the sort of the disconnect between consumer sentiment, so how people are saying that they feel, and then broad economic data for a long time, because people will say that they're feeling really bad, but they'll go out and spend. Like retail spending is up, consumer credit, people are using their credit cards actively.
But that makes sense though. When I'm depressed, I go shopping. Never heard of shopping therapy? I feel like AI would be heavily invested in regardless on who in charge, because companies are always looking for the cheaper labor. Yeah, no, that's for sure. And it's also the future. It's also about buying market share, I think, before it's too late. It's like a race.
They're spending money on all sorts of things. We're seeing them spend a lot more on, like food, groceries, rent versus maybe clothes right now. The economy is pretty substantially weakening. But the United States has a lot of access to credit, and so people have a lot of access to credit. And so I think the theory that a lot of people will flow.
Dude, taking out micro loans for grocery shopping is crazy. I saw that some people were financing their Uber Eats. If you're about to finance your Uber Eats, maybe that just means, I don't know, maybe that just means you can't afford it.
With the strength in the economy is that people are able to use their credit cards, able to use products like Klarna, which allow you to pay in installments. But then also, a lot of the spending and a lot of the growth outside of the anecdotes is from higher income consumers. So 10% of Americans, the top 10% wealthiest, drive, over half of consumer spending. And so that is also keeping the economy afloat and ties into your asset price theory, where everybody's assets have exploded in value over the past couple of years. If you own a home, if you own tech stocks, so people are wealthy.
Well, fuck, rip us. We don't own homes. Well, I mean, this doesn't even concern me. I'm not in that country.
Because of that.
They're talking
and so they're
about
able to go and spend money in that way. And so that does provide a floor to the economy right now. Does that answer your question?
Oh, it gives me great context. Yes. I don't think there's an answer to it, but yes,
I don't
it
think
gives me
so
great
either.
context. It does feel like the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was tying absolutely everything to the price of these of the stock market. This is like, let's have everybody's retirements be based on that. Let's have the entire economy be based on 10% of wealthy people feeling like they can spend whatever on whatever. Does that feel like the Achilles heel right now? Like if asset prices drop substantially, people suddenly get conservative and that becomes a reinforcing loop?
I think that's the worry. Yeah, I think that's a big worry, is that if the stock market does drop, a lot of people's wealth doesn't come from labor income anymore. It comes from owning stocks or owning a home. The Federal Reserve has a pretty good wealth breakdown on their website, and they show this, like, for the top 10%, most of their wealth is coming from things that they own or businesses that they own, not from like money that they're making through a job.
That's crazy.
So the whole wealth.
But we own nothing. That sucks. We gotta own stuff. Quick, I gotta buy land or something. I can buy maybe one of those tiles that'll make me like a lord or a lady in Scotland or some shit.
Effect is important to maintaining the economy, which comes from these high asset prices. And so if the stock market does go down or experience a correction, there is a concern that, yes, people would stop spending and it would cause a pretty big contraction in the economy. There's something called a K-shaped economy. So in some parts of the economy, this is already happening. So for lower income consumers that are having a harder time, living paycheck to paycheck, their wages have not grown nearly as much as higher income consumers. They don't own the same assets. They're not as likely to own a house because we don't build enough housing. They're already kind of in a recession type environment, whereas wealthier consumers are more insulated because of the high asset prices.
What do I know? But it just seemed to be like there's like a lot of weaknesses. Like there's a lot of weak points. It doesn't seem rational to me. Like the sort of like shape of the economy doesn't, in a way that like economies, I know that the economists say this, they're like supposed to be rational. Like they're supposed to be this system, this like series of like people acting in their self-interests and making decisions that make sense. But like, I mean, if we just like pick micro examples, it's very easy to say that there are not like super irrational things out there. And this has been the case for, I don't know when this sort of meme stock phenomenon began, but it seemed like for quite a while where we're just sort of like, yeah, the thing that you have to understand about Tesla is that it's not about Tesla. It's about everyone thinking the price of Tesla is going to go up because they think that people are going to buy more Tesla. Not about the value, not about the like delivered, not really about Optimus or whatever. It's about.
But that's what we learned during the monkey video with the bananas.
It's about like the vibes around the stock, and there's like, if that can be that way for one of the most valuable companies in the stock market, like we're not talking about GameStop here. There's a huge amount of value tied up in there. And it does seem very Ponzi to me. It seems like, well, you have to buy it because it's going to go up. And it's going to go up because you have to buy it.
I mean, you could argue the same thing for crypto. And this idea, have you heard of reflexivity? Have you heard of that word?
No.
So that's a concept that George Soros coined in the latter half of the 1900s. And it was essentially that idea that people would believe something is going to happen. So they'd go and buy up whatever they thought was going to happen. So stock going up. And then that would cause the stock price to go up. So it's essentially that idea. It's the bubble mentality, and so it's a very human.
It's the bubble mentality, but Tesla has been this way for a long time.
Bubbles can last a long time.
Oh, I don't like that.
I mean, they can last as long as
This is so
people have
frustrating
money.
because I wanna buy at the top, Kyla.
You
and
want to buy
sell
at the
the
top.
bottom. Oh, I know. I want to sell it.
You
Sorry,
wanna do-
sorry. I want to do the opposite.
I'm
of
gonna make
that.
no money.
I was confused.
Because I want to know when the bubble's gonna pop so that I can buy puts or options or whatever the thing is that you make money when
Yeah.
things go down.
Well, then you get into Keynes, right? Markets can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. That's
That's an important
John
one.
Maynard
I should
Keynes.
tattoo that on the inside of my eyelids. Yeah.
It's a good one, yeah. So that's the other funny thing is like economy.
Wait, what was it? Markets can stay higher than you can stay solvent? Isn't that depressing?
And market analysts have been talking about these ideas forever, but because there is so much access, which is both a good and bad thing, like you can buy whatever you want on Robinhood, there's much more exposure to bubbles and everybody can participate in one. You know, crypto has proven itself, I think, to be a bubble in some aspects of the products that it offers, like Fartcoin. And yeah,
Did you say
that's
Fartcoin?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too.
Fartcoin?
What?
Are you really? Oh no.
I want to invest in that. I want to invest in the fart coin.
I'm sorry.
I find myself
I'm
watching
sorry
too
I
many
brought it
videos about
up.
astrophysics, I guess.
That's much better for your brain. Yeah, Fartcoin was this. It was.
Oh, the quote was the market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. That sucks. It means you know your prediction is right, but you got the timing wrong and you lost everything anyway. That's depressing. I go all in on Dollarama. A family member was telling me that right now it was a good time to buy Adobe stocks because apparently they are at their lowest point they've ever been. And I guess they're not valued as much because they're kind of late on the AI train. But it's Adobe, so it's gonna go up eventually.
Actually a top performing asset last year.
Is it continued to be this year, or has
no, big sell-off? The bubble popped, yeah.
The fart bubble popped.
Exactly. But there's a lot of stuff like that, like these things that'll happen and then everybody will pile into a Trump coin. It's kind of another example too, even though that ended up being a way for people to skirt the legal system and to pay him bribes to get out of jail, like Justin's son did, using Trump coin as a way to...
Really?
Yeah, I mean, that also... I have a theory that we forgot why corruption is bad because we were too focused on the fact that corruption is bad.
Yeah.
And I think that this is true of a lot of different things in society where we talk about why, like, thing bad, but we've talked about it being bad for so long that we lost touch with the why behind it. And corruption is a good example of this, where we're kind of just like, well, yeah, you know, like ultimately we kind of hired a guy who's, you know, a wheeler and a dealer, and like corruption is going to be like a little part of that. But like corruption's bad for like a reason, which is that it is stealing from everyone else.
And other countries.
Corruption is like stealing from everyone who's not involved in the corruption.
From the American people.
And that of course like leads to an eventual like corrosion of trust in all institutions, which of course has been going on for a while.
Well, if you think about the thing that's backing the US dollar, it's full faith and credit in the American institution.
I believe in Canada, I think we had this prime minister called Jean Charest, and he was caught. There was a big corruption scandal that came out after his term finished, and it was like a really big deal. It was a huge scandal.
And a big part of that, the big part of that is
I don't like. I really don't.
Yeah, at least the new prime minister seems like a correct guy, like a very serious guy. You know, serious, boring people that follow the rules, but you can kind of trust them because he's boring. Like he has no personality, so you know he's got to be good at his job. It's like my uncles. They're like, you know, they're all like weird nerds, you know, and they are terrible at doing conversations, but they're like super intelligent at what they do.
That to be the Achilles heel.
Oh, sorry,
you know,
the dollar.
Where no, the American institution, which of course it is, but I want it to be a well-shielded Achilles heel. You know, that isn't weak.
It should be. It should be. It was designed to not be weak.
It seemed impervious until 10 years ago.
I know. Yeah. I mean, if you
And
just
now it feels like there's there's arrows from every.
I think you're talking about Justin Trudeau. I didn't hear about any corruption with Justin Trudeau. I think people just thought that he was just not a good economist. But the new guy is allegedly a really good economist. Well, I hope he is, because I don't know. He doesn't really have other redeeming qualities besides the fact that he promoted the Yao show. So I like him now, and he made some good jokes.
Direction headed toward this little boy, and maybe the shields are not as strong as we thought they were.
Yeah, I mean, they're auxiliary institutions is what James Madison called it. Like this idea that we would have all of these protection points, the Supreme Court, Congress, as a way to prevent a strongman from coming in. And like the founders knew something like this would happen one day. They knew that there would be a personality that could take over through the power of whatever he has, and they designed it so that there would be institutions that would hopefully stop it. But objectively, the institutions seem to be quite complacent. Now they can just sort of throw insults rather than addressing like real questions that people have about why things are functioning the way that they do. And it creates a very toxic media environment where there is incentive to lie. Everything is run by reality TV show.
I mean, I feel like the scene has become just theater. It's like a theater. It's absurd, and it's I think social media have been reflecting that too, and yeah, social media and content creation are like a smaller bubble and a reflection of that. Hi, Yukaidi. I'm not a squirrel. I'm a fox. Yeah, I am power scaling my head of states through Yowie. So what?
This is a big thing that I'm trying to make a long video about, and it just keeps getting out of hand. The size of the video, it may turn into several videos, which is annoying. Because then they get put on the back burner, and it's important. But that is something I actually feel qualified to talk on, is sort of like the structure of how information flows, because that's my job, like, how do I get attention on ideas? How do I get attention on fish evolution, or the weird economy of the Trump era? I want to, let's get back on a little more of your area of expertise to finish up. If you could give me like the three leading reasons, because of course we'll never get to the bottom of exactly what's going on. Maybe in hindsight we'll have some idea, but three leading reasons why the economy appears to be chugging along just fine right now. What would you call those three leading reasons?
I mean, I think there's the wealth effect. So you have asset prices that have skyrocketed. So a lot of people have really benefited from the stock market boom. And then I think that also ties into housing. So boomers have an extraordinary amount of wealth.
Really?
And they're willing.
Which is why Donald Trump is out here being like, we can't make the house prices go down.
We can't.
People worked hard, like, not for these people who aren't working very hard, so that people who don't work very hard can have a house.
Yeah.
And it's like, you don't think who's not working very hard right now, buddy?
And then who are they going to sell it to? Because people won't be able to afford that
Aquaman.
Yeah.
Wait, that's a really good point she brought up. Like, regardless of politics and all of that, like that does not make any sense, because who are they going to sell it to when they need to pass that house along?
So I think that's a big part of it. And then the AI trade, I think, is providing like a floor to the market, and therefore a floor to the economy, data center spending, services spending. So that's creating a lot of economic power. And then I think the third thing is maybe a part of it is that there is that availability of credit. So people have access to things like Klarna. They're able to take out things on their credit cards.
There's just new credit tools.
There's a lot of, and so some people are getting a little overextended, and we're starting to see that in the data, especially with auto loans. But yeah, so those are the three things kind of propping things up right now. Yeah.
Those don't seem like particularly solid pillars.
No, I mean, ideally, people would be able to, buy a house with their labor income. And then ideally, the whole 401k business wouldn't be just entirely tied up into, like, people would have a different way to retire. So it's not inflating the stock market in the way that it is now. And we'd have investment diversification outside of AI. I mean, I just worry about how many resources we're funneling toward this one thing. And we don't even know if we'll need data centers. Like, it might evolve to the point where the things are so efficient that they don't need these huge structures.
Things could get more like tends to be how it goes. But
yeah,
these big companies have the money to spend. Like Google's like, oh, finally, something to spend money on.
yeah,
We have lots of that. If we can win just by having money, that would be huge for us, because we can have money and we know how to build data centers.
Well, fuck you, Google. You can invest in a moderation team for YouTube. How about that?
And then, the startups, I think, will have a hard time competing in that environment. But the OpenAIs and the Anthropics. But I think also, like, the more money that they spend, the more valuable their companies are. Like, the more it's all about money, the more it's all about money.
Yeah, but there's some drama going on because of the circular financing. So OpenAI and NVIDIA aren't getting along so well right now. Yeah.
Yeah, and suddenly Oracle's like, I didn't promise anything.
That's so funny. My shirt answers the question you're asking type.
Wait, the NVIDIA OpenAI deal has zero impact on our financial relationship with OpenAI. We remain highly confident in OpenAI's ability to raise funds and meets its commitment. My confident in OpenAI's ability to raise fund t-shirt has people asking a lot of questions already answered by the t-shirt. I don't get it. The NVIDIA OpenAI deal has zero impact on our financial relationship with OpenAI. Oh, okay, because OpenAI and NVIDIA made a deal. And they're saying doesn't concern Oracle. Yeah, I want to watch that other video about how they're putting ads in AI now.
Why would you tweet that? Like, what a red flag. They were like, everything's fine.
Did that come out of nowhere? Were they not asking?
No, they essentially, like, started this whole domino effect, and they were like, everything's fine, and then everyone was like, surely nothing's fine if Oracle is, like, saying this.
But it sounds like you wouldn't
Streisand effect.
Everybody feels like Donald Trump will keep the economy rolling, whatever the cost, as one of the pillars here.
He'll keep the stock market rolling, whatever the cost, yeah. And that's not always reliant on the economy doing well.
Sure. But you think that is a thing that some people in the world of finance are relying on? Donald Trump being like a ruthless, will keep the stock market up no matter what kind of
Yes, absolutely. And I think they're getting sick of it. Like the taco stuff, Trump always chickens out. So he'll announce these major tariffs, the stock market will sell off. I don't know how much more power he'll have in that stance. And
you think he might have burned a lot of that ability?
There's probably some insider trading going on when those things happen.
Especially internationally. If the EU doesn't want to buy treasuries, we're in trouble. They own 40% of U.S. treasuries. So
they do?
Treasuries being a way that we fund our national
finance.
debt.
Yeah.
Wait. Are they like the Iron Bank of the world? Is that... I need this explained to me in Game of Thrones terms.
Yes, the main way that we fund all of the spending that the U.S. does. So if the U.S. can't fund all this spending, the government...
Or has to pay a higher interest rate to fund it.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And then that's not good either. So I think everyone's like, this doesn't really make sense. And I think Ken Griffin from Citadel is the canary in the coal mine there.
This is dumb for me to ask at the end here, but are the tax breaks a part of this? Like, are rich people just able to spend more because they have more because of the tax breaks?
Yeah, and they're pretty successful at bending the tax law to their will.
Yeah.
But yes, fewer taxes spent.
Well, yeah. I mean, what I'll say is, like, as a high earner who also has a high net worth, like, the earnings, they get taxed a lot, and like, that's fine. But like, what I see is that the money that comes from my investments doesn't get taxed a lot, and so, like, I don't know. I've asked seemingly progressive billionaires about this, and I'm like, why do I pay so much, like, lower taxes on money I don't work for? And they're like the risk, and I'm like, also labor is a risk. What the f are you talking about?
My goodness.
Like choosing what company to work for is a risk. Companies go out of business. Sometimes they treat you terribly. Like you invest a lot in them and then they can just lay you off. Like it's like risk everywhere, not just for you, rich man.
Yeah.
There's lots of risk. And so like labor is also risk. I don't understand. Like the idea that capital gains should be taxed at a lower rate. I like maybe there's like some argument there that I don't get, but man,
Well,
like am I being incentivized to stop creating value and instead just sit there and look at Robinhood all day?
Yes, you are.
It's like crypto trading.
There was a good article in the FT that said that we have become a place of shareholder rights over civic rights. And I think that the taxation system encapsulates that well.
Well, that makes me mad.
Yeah, I mean, it's like by design. And so it's not great. It doesn't incentivize the right things, especially right now with all the financial nihilism and people not trusting that getting a job will do them any good. So they just go and sports gamble and do prediction markets and stuff.
Really? Sports gamble? Are they Toji?
It's kind of like every lane you go down, there's some sad note these days. But I have a lot of hope. I'm hopeful.
Okay.
Like,
well, then get me with
US
that. Where do you feel your hope comes from?
I mean, I've been traveling the country for the past year with my book, and I meet people in all these cities, and I meet people who are working really hard on these problems that we're talking about, like how do you make a better world? And a lot of that does happen at the local level right now. Like we focus a lot on the federal problems in the news because they are so big, but what people are doing in local communities is like very important and very impressive.
That's true.
You just have to
change what you can, and usually that's something around you. That's why I don't like when these slacktivists start screeching online and they feel like they gotta put their opinion on everything, because you should, okay, you want to make the world a better place, go out there, you go do it. You've got all the tools to do it. All you need is some time. Just do it every day. Do one good action. These things add up. But good people, they don't have to show that they're good people. They just embody it quietly.
Believe in those people right now, and that they'll pull us through.
What I'll say to people, and like I know I'm talking from a place of just a huge amount of privilege here, but I do think that like, and maybe this message is more for the rich people than it, like, so if you have more money than average, hear this. Like, I think that it is much more interesting to be out here making value than out here like moving dollars around. So if there's like ways for you to be in the mix, be in the mix. And also if there's ways for your money to be in the mix, instead of just sitting in your accounts, if it's like out there doing good, try and figure out how to get it out there doing good. Pick a number, figure out where that is, and then get the rest of it out there doing good. Because it's doing nothing sitting in your accounts. It's doing nothing propping up a stock market that's already overvalued. Just get it out. And like there's so much good that can be done out there, and like figure that out in your local community, internationally, nationally, wherever.
There's a lot of lessons to learn from the robber barons like Carnegie.
There's a lot of lessons to learn.
You got him mixed up with Steve Green because he's Hank Green. Wrong Green.
The robber barons.
Like libraries, and they just they spent their money in a much different way because they knew, like Henry Ford with all his problems, he knew that if he had happy workers, he would have a happy company and he'd make a more successful product. Obviously, he had his own complications, but like they just thought about the relationship between employer and employee and rich person and community a lot differently. And they saw the connections and the ties and what they could do to build that up. Yeah, to have better business. In the end, this makes all of us better off.
Yeah, no, and I just feel like there's a lot of people who have like enough money to start a little business doing something interesting, and that would create value and that would make them a little bit of money, but they can make so much more money investing in a REIT or in private equity. And so that's what they do. They let somebody like outsource all of the work of running a company, the stress of running a company, and also the ethics of running a company to somebody who will be ruthless and work hard, and they will end up making more money. But boy.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. There was a Supreme Court case in 1919, Henry Ford actually, versus the Dodge brothers, and it ruled that a company's first interest should be to shareholders rather than to customers and to the community. And so I think that's where everything went wrong. And so, you know, it's not, I'm not going to get on a soapbox about it, but it is important to think beyond the shareholder sometimes.
There are many stakeholders that are not shareholders. Kyla, you are an economist, you're a writer, you do great work making sense of markets and vibes and power in our economy, and I appreciate all the work that you do on all of the social medias. You can check out her book. It's called In This Economy, and that you can learn more about what you're doing and follow her on all the places. Thank you for spending some time talking through this with me.
Thank you.
Interesting video. I learned a lot about it, that's for sure. Vibes. The girl seemed intelligent and good at what she does. There's Mujin just dropped his video like an hour ago. I kind of want to watch it.
What happens when one of the most well-known and iconic couples in content creation and esports history decides to abruptly break off their relationship?
Alright, context. I don't know anything about these two. I just know this was all over Twitter and people were being really parasocial about their relationship and were making all kind of rumors about it. But I don't know what happened actually. Maybe one of them had cancer or something.
After 6 years of being together.
Yeah,
More
Tense is a Valorant pro. I know this.
What happens when they tell their millions of followers that it was completely mutual, amicable, and had no drama whatsoever? Well,
dude, 54 million views? Is that? I've never seen this on a post before, I believe.
I'm glad you asked. Many would refuse to believe the narrative that this was amicable, accusing the woman in the relationship, Kaide, of cheating, going as far back as 5 months before the breakup and outlining how she had unfollowed her best friend on social media because she was coincidentally hanging out with her ex-boyfriend. Hell, even before the breakup announcement was made, fans were already aware that they had broken up because they weren't even wearing their engagement rings on stream anymore. And somehow, we'd find out that there was a Reddit post made 2 years ago accusing Kaide of cheating on her boyfriend at a convention when she was there alone. And if that wasn't enough, we had a self-admitted pedophile enter the ring. This is when he'd tell the whole world that back in 2023, he had a one-on-one conversation with Kaide in which she admitted to wanting to experiment with other men. Guys, this is easily one of, if not the messiest breakup I've ever witnessed in my life. And it's crazy.
What? There is so much drama. I voted for Mujin to make this video, by the way. He did a little poll on his YouTube and I voted for that one. Out of all the topics, it was the silliest topic of them all. It was like legit the most gossipy one. But that's what the people want. Hey, that's me. That's me. Hi, Mom. Mom, I'm on TV. That's crazy. I didn't know there was actual real meat in this drama, though. Like, I just thought it was silly internet people making up stories. I didn't think people had actually found stuff about it and that there's even a PDF file involved. What does every YouTuber video have a PDF file involved nowadays?
Crazy to think that this all stemmed from something that was meant to be amicable. It's riddled with misinformation and extremely dangerous theories. So I thought we had to talk about it in an objective manner so that way you can make your own opinion in this mess. If you like my videos and want to see exclusive content, then make sure to check out my stack.com page in the description and the pinned comment. And now, without further ado, let's get right into this mess. Alright, so first things first, who are the two people involved in this disastrous incident?
Oh, she's the blonde girl? I've seen her before, I feel.
Start off with Tenz. Tenz would start playing the game Counter-Strike at the age of 3. And by the time he would reach his teenage years, he'd be playing at the pro level.
Bro, why did my parents sign me up for ice skating when I was young? I could have been a Valorant pro if they just fucking plugged me onto a computer as soon as I popped out of my mother's womb.
His journey in 2017, and by 2019, he would have made it big by signing with one of the biggest esports teams in North America, Cloud9. But even with that in mind, as a player, he wasn't really able to stand out in the pro scene. That would all, of course, change in the year 2020. This is when Valorant would launch its closed beta access. And even though it wasn't really intentional, everything had lined up perfectly to drive hype for this game to levels never seen before. It was barely a month after lockdowns had began in the majority of the world because of COVID-19, and the way you'd be able to get a key is by watching a stream on Twitch. The caveat though was that there was no guarantee you'd get it. You would just have to watch a stream for as long as possible, and after every hour of watch time, you'd get a very small chance of getting a key. This is why every streamer imaginable on the platform began playing this game and was in the category, sometimes going to sleep and rerunning old clips just so that people can watch. It was an infinite money glitch, and everyone wanted a key. However, Tens didn't really have to worry about getting a key. He'd have access to the closed beta on day one, just like many other pros, and would play the game a lot. And so when the first iteration of ranked mode would come out, he was already prepared. And due to this, he would become the first player globally to ever reach the Radiant rank, the highest rank in competitive Valorant. Think of it like Challenger in League of Legends or top 500 in Overwatch.
That used to be a thing though, when I used to hang out with like gamer groups. It's like when there was a new game that came out, they wanted to be the first to play. They wanted to sign up for the whatever alpha, beta, whatever it's called. So when the official ranking games would launch, they'd be ready and they'd be able to make like the top leaderboards.
Legendary accomplishment guaranteed the fact that the entire community was going to be aware of who he was. And so, due to Valorant's incredible hype in 2020, by 2021, many esports organizations would start making their own teams for the competitive scene. One of the biggest and most successful ones would be Sentinels, and they would recruit Tens immediately. By that same year, he was seen as the game's superstar. If you had played the game in any way competitively or cared about its competitive scene, then you would have known who he was. It was that big of a deal. And I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. During his Counter-Strike days, he would never have more than a few hundred viewers. By the time Valorant had come out and he would reach Radiant as the first player globally, he would gain tens of thousands of followers and thousands of concurrent viewers. By the time he'd be signed to Sentinels and would become a household name, he would gain hundreds of thousands of followers and would
a 49k viewer stream on gaming? We don't see that anymore. We only see that on like political streams, I feel, and some Kai Cenat stuff.
Would get an insane viewership. He was absolutely on fire. At the same time though, if you knew anything about Tens, then you'd know that he had a girlfriend, Kaide. They were together since before Valorant even came out, ever since 2019.
That's sweet.
They had dated for a few weeks and moved in together when they were both just 17 years old. And just like how Tens blew up to astronomical levels, Kaide would also experience her own form of success by collaborating with him. These clips from their collabs would go absolutely mega viral on all platforms, showing a couple that's absolutely in love with each other while also getting to see Tens, the #1 Valorant player, teaching his girlfriend how to play Valorant when she's never really played first-person shooters before. Many of these clips will be posted on Kaide's personal TikTok, and they—
Wait. Wasn't she the girl that said she was done with streaming and she did like a very short, brief message about it and people were like kind of insulted about because she just like was like, all right, I'm done. Bye.
Get tens of millions of views. She has over 2 million followers and 100 million likes on this platform. And it goes without saying that some of her top clips on her page always involved Tens. She would start streaming in November of 2020, a few months after Valorant's closed beta would launch. And within her first month, she would have an average view count of 2,800 viewers, as well as gaining 75,000 followers. Her fame was instant, but it wouldn't stop there. She'd keep growing at an insane pace. People couldn't get enough of her and Tens. I mean, look at this video, right? Tens versus Kaide Valorant 1v1 rematch. 11 million views. There will be an insane amount of Clipper channels taking clips from their streams of their interactions, getting millions of views as well. They were everywhere. Saying that these two were one of the biggest content creator couples on the planet was not an understatement at this point. So while Tens was at the top esports team for Valorant, Kaide would get her own opportunities as well, joining 100 Thieves, one of the most well-known content creator orgs on the planet. And while yes, some people would argue that she could have never made it this far if it wasn't for her boyfriend, it's not like she ever said the opposite. She understood that she was in a very lucky position and would say so herself in an interview with 100 Thieves. Watch.
A few other clips went viral. It was kind of like an overnight thing where a few thousand people started watching me, and I would just like talk, and Tyson and I would just do some like challenge videos and other things. And I'm very thankful for the situation I'm in where I didn't like grind those hours like a lot of streamers do that totally deserve this. I'm not saying I necessarily like deserve this, but it's been a journey, and it's been definitely like a lot of fun.
This was the perfect storm. A couple going mega viral with everyone being completely obsessed over their relationship, all while staying wholesome and humble. Truly the epitome of content creator relationships. So at this point,
it reminds me of how invested people are in, like, for example, Dwayne's relationship with his girlfriend. And when they broke up, it was, everybody was like, dude, what the fuck are you doing?
Avid fan, what else could you possibly ask for? Them tying the knot, of course. Around summer 2022, they would announce their engagement after having kept it secret for 8 months. The internet at this announcement, of course, exploded. Finally, this perfect couple is getting married. And I mean, you have to understand by this point, these two were seen as the ideal relationship for so many people. I'm talking millions. And to many, they were the personification of their goals when it came to finding a life partner. In other words, they were perfect, and people couldn't get enough of them. However, this image of perfection, of living the perfect life, would end pretty abruptly in 2023. Because you see, barely 6 months after announcing their engagement, Kaide would unfortunately announce to the world that she's been diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia.
Jesus.
In other words, cancer. But cancer so aggressive that she only had a 25% chance of survival after 5 years. This was a shock.
Oh my god, imagine getting this that young. That is terrible. Epitome, Mujin did a Rima? Why? Did he pronounce it not properly? Really?
To pretty much anyone, Kaide included. And many couldn't believe that this perfect relationship was now at risk, that they faced danger. They didn't deserve this. The wave of support from the internet was immense. But it wasn't just strangers wishing her the best, it was also her content creator friends. Many male content creators, including Miskif, yes, I know this aged very badly, would shave their head in support of her because she was going to undergo chemotherapy and was about to lose all her hair. This was a very sweet gesture. However, one content creator here stood out, and it was 39 Daff. She was the only content creator friend of Kaide who was a woman that shaved her entire...
Right, I was gonna say that. I'm like, yo, shaving your head as a guy, that grows back fairly quickly. 39 Daff, she shaved her head. That is powerful because that is years of hair, and a lot of a woman's, you know, beauty and identity is tied to her hair.
Head in support of her. And the reason why I'm highlighting this...
I don't like 39 Daff, but that's kind of a goated move from her.
This is because it's very significant. When you're a guy and shave your head, you don't really care. You just wait a month and your hair's back. You can wear a cap, you can wear a beanie. It's all good. When you're a woman, though, shaving your entire head off like this is like losing a part of yourself. And yet here she was doing it effortlessly for her friend. It really showed just how amazing Kaide was. Not only was she the perfect...
I didn't pre-watch this. I know, man. I'm in Mujin's mind. He's cooking.
girlfriend, she also had the perfect friends. For months, people would keep up with Kaide and her updates, and by September 2023, many celebrated when she would announce that she was finally done with chemotherapy. Her hair could finally grow back now. She would, however, specify the cancer wasn't completely gone. She would undergo other treatments, but for now, she's happy because she can finally grow her hair back. But just as things were finally starting to look up for her, the other person in this relationship was going through their own personal hell. 2023 would be Ten's worst year on record when it came to the esports scene of Valorant. This once great player was starting to be seen as overrated, as someone who was taking up a slot in the top team for no reason. His performance was tanking, and the online criticism was reaching unprecedented levels. I mean, look at this video right here. Why everybody hates the face of Valorant, sitting at 1.1 million views. And I mean, no wonder, right? His fiance had just been diagnosed with a very aggressive form of cancer, and who knows what he was going through mentally. But even with all of that, he wouldn't give up. He'd persevere, and the next year, in 2024, he'd managed to win his second Valorant World Championship with his team. It seemed like Tens and this current roster were working very well together, and he was back. This is why it was so shocking for the entire community to see that barely a few months later, on September 2024, he would announce that he wasn't just quitting Sentinels, he was retiring from competitive.
Why?
For years, he was seen as the face of Valorant, and there he was, leaving at the top of his game. The Valorant community was in absolute shambles, and many theories were being spread around as to why he left, one of them being that he needs to take care of his girlfriend. However, people would ask him why he retired multiple times on his stream, and he would answer it. He was grateful for the competitive scene and what he had experienced, but it wasn't for him anymore. He was losing passion for the game, and on top of that, he wanted to focus on other things in life. It was taking up all his time. And finally, when it came to the money, he was making way more just streaming, so it didn't really make sense to just focus on a game that you weren't passionate about.
That's literally all. Okay, all the esports players end up making more money streaming, which is crazy because don't they have like, they had these huge $1 million contracts. Best time to quit is at the top, true, and leave them wondering why you did it.
Anymore on the pro level. Additionally, he would make sure to mention that in 2023, when he was going through his worst career performance, he was going to quit. But Kaide told him, please just give it one more year, which made him eventually win his second major. Watch it for yourself.
Believe it or not, I would have retired last year if it wasn't for Kaide. I said to myself, like, I'm just gonna like retire. And Kaide said, no, like, trust me, like, stick it out 1 year just for me. And 2023 was such a low point for like my Valorant career. She like told me straight out that there's only up from here. That was the reason that I have played the 2024 season. Honestly, if it wasn't for Kaide convinced me to do one more year, I would have never been a part of the Madrid winning roster. I wouldn't have a redemption within champs and get a top 4 finish within the team. So yeah, it's been an awesome ride.
So there you have it. This was not only a perfect couple, they were both perfect and relatable. They, much like the average person, had issues, they had challenges. But through their power of perfect love, they were able to overcome it together, further reinforcing the fact that they were the perfect standard for any relationship, and making many of their fans, some that just found them recently, root for them. By this point, they were bigger than ever. However, after Ten's retirement from the pro scene, the on-stream interactions of this couple would reduce itself significantly. And the last major news that we'd hear from them would be on April 2025 when Kaide would announce that she was done with streaming. What?
Called it! That's the one. I remember that.
Alrighty, everyone. I probably won't be back to streaming for a while. Or if you do see me, it'll just be randomly every once in a while. But yeah, I'm kind of done with streaming. So bye, guys.
This was definitely sudden, and it did spark some rumors as to why she was doing this. Was she focusing on something else? Was her cancer getting worse? You see, for most people, they moved on. They watched someone else, they got back to their job, their actual life. But for a number of people, this simply wasn't enough. They wanted more, and they were about to do everything possible to acquire more information about Kaide and Ten's personal lives. And this was partly made possible due to the fact that both Tenz and Kaide associated with a specific friend group that had some extremely and worryingly parasocial fans.
Oh.
Okay, so here's the deal. For the longest time when it came to Twitch content creation, the status quo involved two major groups of people that controlled most viewership. They were divided between two cities in the US, the first one being Los Angeles and the second one being Austin. The latter had OTK. If you were a streamer in Austin of any significant size, you couldn't avoid
I feel like OTK did not age well, bros.
Associating with these people. These were the people that you worshipped, hoping to get more opportunities out of. They were known as edgy, politically incorrect, and the opposite of being brand friendly. Some of their top creators at the time were Asmongold, Emiru, and Miskiff, as well as Soda Poppin'. On the other hand though, in Los Angeles, you had offline TV, otherwise known as OTV. This included content creators such as Scara, Pokimane, Disguised Toast, Lily Pichu, and as you might have guessed, they were the complete opposite of OTK. They were wholesome, very politically correct, and extremely brand friendly. Chances were that if you were a substantial content creator who lived in LA, then this group of friends had to have been in your circle. This is why their channel was called Offline TV and Friends. They very regularly—
All of them are in at least one lawsuit. OTK, yeah. Not soda pop. Soda popping has always been like, he's always been soda popping. I feel like he doesn't even need a group or anything. He's just the OG. He's just a household name by himself, sort of.
Featured people outside of OTV that happened to live in LA that were their friends. And while I'm sure that hanging out with OTV must have been an amazing experience, you'd very quickly realize that just by associating with them, you were also associating with a small portion of their fan base that was mentally ill and extremely parasocial. Here's an example. Disguised Toast is one of the more prominent members of OTV. At some
Yeah, he used to date somebody else. I used to watch Disguised Toast and somebody else because they played some TFT at one point.
point, he would date another content creator by the name of X Chocobars. This was a well-known fact as they would publicly announce it to their community. However, to some people, it simply wasn't enough seeing them interacting on stream. They wanted more. And so in 2018, Disguised Toast would uncover a shocking revelation. There were multiple, not one or two, multiple Discord servers that were actively stalking him and his girlfriend, tracking their every move, following them, and taking pictures as well as videos of them whenever they would hang out together. Seeing them on stream, interacting in content simply wasn't enough. They wanted to be part of their private lives. Every second of their lives was content, whether they liked it or not. It was an egregious breach of their privacy. It absolutely shocked the streaming world at the time. No one deserves this happening to them. The problem was, though, that OTV didn't really know how to set proper boundaries. Being brand friendly and politically correct comes at a huge cost sometimes. One of them being the fact that you are very easily bullied by just about anyone who gets a viral post on Twitter. For example, in December 2023, Scar would make a fairly harmless joke to one of his friends. Someone random would make a post on Twitter saying that it was racially charged, that it was disgusting, that it was racist to an entire race of people, and instead of putting his foot down saying, dude, this is my friend and we're comfortable, we have our own boundaries, he apologized as if he murdered someone. One of the first most important rules of content creation is when you give an inch, people will ask for a mile, and that's exactly how OTV treated their community. They treated them like their overlords, which meant that unfortunately, inevitably, boundaries were never going to be respected. This is where the subreddit OTV Girls Feet comes— wait, no, that's the wrong subreddit. Wait, whoa. Anyway, this is where the subreddit OTV—
why was the mod post, Pokemon posts are no longer allowed? Was there like an overabundance of Pokemon feeds posted there? They're like, whoa, we're above quota. We gotta stop it. Unplug it.
and Friends Rumors comes in. With over 68,000 weekly visitors, it has become one of the most parasocial forums to keep up with the OTV gang as well as their friends. These people will watch every single piece of content produced by both OTV and their friends, whether it be podcasts, vlogs, streams, all in the hopes of finding clues or hints about what their friends are up to. If a streamer's on a random podcast, they'll watch it. If that streamer hints that, I don't know, they went on a trip with another streamer from OTV, they would come to this subreddit, make a post about it, and theorize as to what that trip might have been, who might have been there, what could they have done. And that's when the rumors truly start spreading like wildfire. They pretty much tracked your every move. So it was only natural that they'd find it extremely suspicious that Kaede, at the end of December 2025, would private her entire Instagram page. On January 3rd, someone would make a post saying, Tens and Kaede broke up late 2025, early 2026. Little Birdie told me that they split a few days back. Kaede hasn't said or confirmed anything. She went MIA and deleted all pictures on her Instagram. Rip to everyone who believed in their love if they're not getting back together. Someone would ask, who's your birdie? Another proof? To which that person would say, another streamer that also hangs out with them. I'm watching Ten's stream right now and he isn't wearing any rings. He deleted his engagement photos today too. Kaede updated her bio on Instagram to, I'm just currently figuring out my Insta feed lol, don't worry guys, smiley face. But it's weird that Tens deleted their engagement photos. And when it came to her Instagram, this person wasn't lying. After she had privated all her posts and she saw people starting to make up rumors, she made sure to include this in her bio saying, I'm just currently figuring out my Insta feed, lol, don't worry guys. But by then it was too late, and you'd think that someone as prominent as—
yeah, but if you're breaking up, why delete those photos though? Is that really necessary? Like, do you go back and look at them? You're kind of cluing people in onto making up stories.
Kaede would understand that. On January 14th, 2026, this post would randomly go viral on Twitter with over 5 million views. It would simply say, wait, did Tens and Kaede actually break up? ? This right here was the real super spreader event, prompting others to start posting the same screenshot that was shared on Reddit, showing the fact that Kaede had no more posts, and even going as far as checking Sakura's streams, Kaide's sister, in which she makes an appearance, and they'd noticed that she didn't have her engagement ring on her finger. Over the next 2 weeks during January 2026, these rumors would start spreading very quickly, and by January 26th, someone would make this post on the subreddit OTV and Friends Drama, a subreddit similar to OTV and Friends Rumors that also gets a sizable amount of weekly visitors, sitting at 51,000. It would say, recent rumors regarding a potential breakup didn't come from nowhere. and here they had 5 points. The first one being, initially at first, Kaide completely cleansed her Insta feed. Some people say that she removed the engagement post first and then everything on her page after, can't confirm however. The second point, Tens had also removed every post except one with Kaide on Instagram. The engagement post was also unpinned from his Twitter profile.
GG.
Edit, the last post with Kaide has now been deleted. The third point, Tens had unfollowed her on Instagram a month ago and then refollowed her a bit after. Can't confirm if the same had happened on Twitter. The fourth point, Tens had spent the holidays alone. Kaide was in Vancouver. They had always, the past years prior, spent the holidays together with their families in Canada. And finally, the fifth point, neither Tens or Kaide have been wearing their engagement rings in the past month. They had always been wearing their engagement rings on stream for the past 4 years. This is probably the biggest evidence something happened. Since the rumor blew up a bit on Twitter, Tens and Kaide have not publicly confirmed or denied anything. Tens, a few days ago, since recently coming from a break, said he has some things to figure out. Tens was streaming himself playing Valorant with Kaide on December 7th and then took a break and returned to streaming on the 17th with no engagement ring that he hasn't worn since. If they did indeed break up or go on a break, something happened in those 10 days. Also, considering the brief Instagram unfollow from Tens around the same time span, whatever happened in those 10 days might have ended what was nearly a 7-year relationship.
I guess one good thing about VTubers is that they're at least somewhat free from physical stalker fans. Well, yeah, well, we still had some physical stalker fan situations. Like Camilla, Kikihime. This is crazy how they're just like slooted everything together.
This post would get a lot of upvotes, over 300 comments, and eventually would be deleted due to the incredible attention it was getting. People would try to rummage clips from past streams to confirm these theories. On his December 7th stream, he not only was wearing his ring, he was also on a call with Kaide where she was asking him, hey, can you play the game I like? And he'd be saying, when we move, which made it seem like they were going to move somewhere together. They were going to move to a different house. But then when he came back on December 17th, he wasn't wearing a ring and he was saying, when I move, signaling that he wasn't moving with her anymore. But let's take a step back for a second. Let's go back to the initial post we saw from January 3rd, 2026 about this person and their little birdie. One parasocial fan would say, I don't know, man, is Kaide dating John, 39 Daft's ex? Look at this VOD and check 37 minutes, 15 seconds. This would be a timestamp from an almost 12-hour stream.
Jesus.
I'm telling you, man, you don't want to mess with parasocial fans. In it, we can see Fusli, someone who's known to be in the OTV and Friends circle of friends, talking about a
Yeah, didn't Fusli start off as their assistant, but then she like, you know, wanted to do her own content? Some shit.
trip she had with Kaide and another man named John. The stream would be on January 19th, 2026, and the trip itself would be after December 7th, so during the time in which she broke up with Tens. Watch for yourself.
Yes, I was with John, John Choi and Kaide. We went to get, what did we get? We got sushi, we got some we got coffee, yeah, and then it was a good little time.
It really is incredible to me how in a 12-hour VOD, someone just took these 10 seconds to try and prove to the world that their theory is correct. And it was a significant theory. You see, John Choi is none other than 39 Daft's ex. Yes, the same woman who shaved her head in support of Kaide's cancer battle. This was also made even more significant because on the OTV and Friends Rumors subreddit, someone would make a post on September 27th, 2025 saying, Daft and Kaide unfollow each other after Kaide starts hanging out with Daft's ex, John Choi. This post would contain a picture of both Kaide and John hanging out in some island. And this had gotten very dangerous because when it came to the parasocial viewers, they didn't need proof that both Kaide and Tens broke up. They already had it. They had already moved on as to finding a reason why this breakup happened, why this perfect couple separated, and they were already convinced that it was because Kaide cheated. To them, there was enough proof. Why else would 39 Daft and Kaide unfollow each other when they literally were the closest friends?
That's
crazy. And so barely a few weeks after these rumors had truly caught on fire, many of these parasocial viewers would be extremely vindicated once Kaide finally speaks out on what's going on between her and Tens. What would follow after would be one of the most catastrophic incidents involving a public couple breaking up. On February 8th, 2026, Kaide would post a statement saying, "Hey everybody, Tyson and I feel ready to share some personal news," Tyson being Tens. "We've actually been broken up for quite some time now. Toward the end of our relationship, we came to a realization that wasn't easy to accept. We had stopped growing as individuals. For most of our relationship, we did everything together. Work together. Hobbies and interests together. Pretty much everything together. We've even joked in the past that although we were together for 6 years, it felt like at least 30. We moved in together just weeks after meeting, and from ages 17 to 24, that was all we knew. Over time, it became clear that we needed space to grow into our own people separately. We know the internet often looks for the tea, but the truth is simple. We grew apart. There was no wrongdoing, no resentment, and no single event that caused this. We still deeply care about each other and genuinely want the best for one another. We're also incredibly grateful for the time and life we shared together. Thank you for respecting our privacy. She would then
I got a raid from Leafy Lotel. Thank you so much. I hope I pronounced that right. I saw the raid incoming. We were searching for a cherry blossom biome, then Leaf's PC crashed. So cute. Thank you guys. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you had a great stream, Leafy. I hope you had a wonderful Valentine's Day. We're just reacting to Mujin's video here on the iconic relationship turned into a dumpster fire overnight, the breakup of Kaide and Tens.
replied to herself with an image of Tens, writing the statement on paper, saying, "This was us cooking it up at the park today, LMAO, and I can already predict the comments because of the use of M dashes in the tweet.
True.
Don't piss me off, we didn't use AI." Tens, on the other hand, wouldn't say anything. He would just change his profile picture to a lonely penguin and would simply retweet the statement that Kaide had made. Now look, they were trying to be lighthearted, humorous even. They really wanted everyone to know that there was no problems. This was amicable, there was no tea, no controversy, and they simply wanted to move on. The problem though was that, as I said, people had already made up their minds. They knew about this breakup, but now they wanted to know why. And this whole idea that this was amicable, that there was no resentment or any issues, that simply wasn't gonna cut it. This post would end up getting over 54 million views with over 6,800 replies, and I can tell you right now, a huge chunk of them are not positive. Many of the top replies were either losing hope in the fact that true love exists, or were just simply shitting on Kaide. This is the most liked reply other than Kaide's own reply, saying, "So he stuck by you during tough times and when it got better you broke up with him? That's crazy." Or how about this one? "Welcome to the gym, Tens." Oh, and of course we can't forget that one. "Kaide wants a hoe phase." She had just posted this post, but the rumors were running so rampant, people already made up their minds that she got bombarded with unprecedented hate. These, of course, were only the replies. The quote tweets were a completely different story. Like this one, with almost 1 million views and 31,000 likes. "Grew apart from the one person who held it down when you had cancer." How about this one? 2.4 million views, 58,000 likes. "Not gonna lie, if I spent 6 years with someone, moved in, did everything with them, and helped them when they got cancer just to break up because she grew out of the relationship, I'm straight up killing myself." Now, of course, this isn't to say that
QRTs are basically, they're built for that. They're made for dunking on people. This entire platform is built around this concept.
Everyone was hating on her. Even though they weren't as loud and weren't as numerous, some still sided with her in Tens. Like this post saying, "Tens and Kaide, we've been dating since we were 17 and grew apart now that we're in our mid-20s and different people. Dumbest fuckers ever. Wow. Poor Tens, bro. Time to hit the gym, bro. Keep your head up. I hate women. She dumped him even though he stayed when she had cancer." Regardless though, for many of the loudest voices on Twitter, this was about a man who gave everything to a woman and she let him down, just like every woman does. This post says it very clearly. Men can give a girl the world just for her to say, "Did I ask you to do that?" But hey, Kaide and Tens were truly trying their best here to make this lighthearted and not seem as serious as it is. Kaide would go back to the post in which Tens announced that they finally got engaged, and even though it was unpinned, she made a comment saying, "This did not age well, comments incoming, LMAO," to which Tens replied with, "Literally did not age well, skull emoji." This was their attempt to be lighthearted, I guess. But to the people that had a problem with their breakup, this felt nasty. With this post saying, "Imagine making this post and making a joke in the post where your ex posted your anniversary plus engagement. Why? Just leave it. I question your sincerity. It feels nasty." Look, Kaide had been in some controversies before this, okay? Nothing major by any means, but because of her size, it was definitely bigger than you would expect. This, however, was the most hate she had ever received ever since she started online activities. It was absolutely merciless. So much so that barely a day after her post, Tens would take it upon himself to make his own post defending her, saying,
"Wait, Sienna viewers, welcome! Did you have a great Valentine's Day, Sienna? I hope you've been so well. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. We're just reacting to Mujin's video. It's really good so far. It's like he made that video so well. He's so good at this. That is crazy, the amount of hate and vitriol they're getting. We don't even know if she broke up with him. They said it was mutual. It's all based on speculations. It's crazy how some people's mind, like, there's different levels to this, right? There's, you know, supposition number 1. This is what they're telling us. Maybe this has like an 80%, you know, chances that this is true. Supposition number 2, maybe somebody's lying. She's been seen with this other guy. This could have, I don't know, maybe 50% being true. There's supposition number 3, 30% chances of this being true, whatever it is. But people, they never go for the most obvious answer. They always want to pick the least likely reason to happen, because it's just the most likely answer isn't interesting enough. It's not endearing enough. It's not fun enough. You want to be part of the in crew. You want to be part of the guys that figured it out before everybody else. And the mind is very much attracted to these speculations that seem far-fetched. But it's worrisome how much weight people are putting on these predictions nowadays, almost treating them as the truth. True, you need to become so unpredictable that no one can predict your next step, not even yourself. Yeah.
Hey everyone. I've been seeing a lot of really weird posts about Kaide and me that are creating false narratives and spreading unnecessary hate. It's really disheartening to see. We parted on completely mutual terms and we still care deeply about each other. It honestly hurts so much to see her being attacked when we both supported each other through insanely difficult times. I also quit playing pro of my own accord and was never influenced by her to quit. This was a rumor going around, by the way, that he had given her everything, even his pro career, just to support her cancer battle. Anyway, he continues, people's goals can change over time, and that is just what happened with me. In a healthy relationship, there should never be comparisons about who sacrificed more or gave more. That mindset is immature and helps nobody. All I ask is that you please respect Kaide as a person and respect the decision we made together. This kind of pointless drama is exactly why having a relationship in the public eye can be so draining. She is also still dealing with ongoing health issues, which makes the negativity being spread even more heartbreaking and unfair. Thank you for understanding, and once again, please respect our decision. This post would also get an insane amount of attention, naturally, since everyone was talking about it. And I do want to highlight the fact that he was saying she is still also dealing with ongoing health issues. That's because by this point, people were insinuating that she had beaten cancer. And that because she beat it, she was finally ready to let Tens go from her life after he supported her, when that wasn't true. But even though this hate against Kaide stemmed from people quote-unquote defending Tens, the victim, this post did not help at all. People were not having it. The most liked comment in the replies would say, I'm not saying the hate is justified or anything, but a mutual breakup doesn't actually exist and nobody thinks so. Or how about this guy? Tens still protecting her out of love even though she broke his heart. The same person would call her evil and would post a random TikTok comment that pretty much was saying their theory about this. About how he said on stream that he was having a rough week, that he was all alone. Meanwhile, Kaide was hanging out with her sister and friends, making it seem like he was abandoned. There's even one guy here saying, here's your answer, bro. Even a cold-hearted person will have no choice but to say something about this. Linking an image of an AI summary, saying that as part of Kaide's treatment, she underwent a bone marrow transplant, which was successfully performed using donor cells from her partner, Tens. Guys, you have to understand, a bone marrow transplant is one hell of a procedure. It's not like a blood donation. There's a 1 in 1 million chance that you even match the other person in order to donate to them, and the symptoms are not very straightforward. Muscle pain, bone pain, headache, fatigue, nausea, etc., etc. And yet, the only time Kaide said anything after her post was here, saying, where the fuck are you even getting this from? He has never donated me bone marrow. I'm genuinely getting irritated reading lies. This was a complete fabrication from the AI this person was using. And yet, even though she came out to say this person would still have the gall to reply saying, oh, people aren't buying that.
Bro!
Look, regardless of what you might think so far...
Okay, that's disgusting. Also, this guy has the Gojo Yo, remove my goat from your PFP.
It was obvious. Both Kaide and Tens.
Bro, Mujin made this video while I was reacting to Nuro-sama. In the span of my second react stream, he had already made a banger video out of his ass. How does he do it? I've been sitting on that video for weeks now. Fuck my big chungus life, man.
We're in a situation that truly warranted the saying, damned if you do, damned if you don't. You say something, you get shat on. You don't, you'll get shat on anyway. The rumor mill had totally spread out of control, and people weren't simply going to believe that this was amicable, that nothing happened behind the scenes. This is also where the post I had shown you on Reddit would start to spread like wildfire on Twitter. This tweet got close to 10 million views, and they'd link both the post where Daph and Kaide unfollowed each other because Kaide was hanging out with Daph's ex, as well as the other 5-point post that was talking about Ten's and Kaide's breakup. So now it wasn't just about misinformation like him giving his bone marrow to her, it was also about cheating, right? Getting cheated on by the girl you gave your bone marrow to has to be the most gut-wrenching shit imaginable. People had already made up their minds here. I mean, people...
Okay, I'm noticing this phenomenon a lot, where it's once people have made up their mind, even when you present them with facts, it's like they short circuit and they can't walk it back. You gotta like slowly unwind the knots they've already tied in their mind. It is extremely difficult to do so. Most of the people just like stubbornly hold on to the first version or their first opinion that they've made.
Would take it even a step further, saying this John Choi guy is screwing all these big female streamers like Extra Emily, because he also dated her, 39 Daph, because he's her ex, and now Kaide, when all these girls used to be friends, cold world. So now this guy was a player who couldn't keep his sausage in his pants and who was literally jumping from bed to bed. This had gotten so out of control that Tens directly quote tweeted that post we just saw of those two Reddit posts and said, okay, this is genuinely disgusting that people are still spitting out bullshit onto the timeline. There's some stuff I'm going to clear up since people are just throwing around blind hate to push a narrative that is non-existent. John is a friend of both mine and Kaide. Just because they hung out on a trip that I was supposed to come out on but had to cancel last minute with one of my best friends from high school there with them, who also is conveniently cropped out of the photo to once again push this crazy cheating story, is fucking wild. Maybe before people start speculating things in a relationship they have absolutely nothing to do with, they should focus on fixing their own insecurities so it's not projected outwards. Also, I have absolutely no clue how people started saying I donated bone marrow to her when I most definitely did not. I legitimately cannot tell if this type of shit is just rage bait, but it's genuinely pretty hard for me to get emotionally charged like this. So obviously by now, these two were expecting some sort of backlash for breaking off one of the most popular content creation relationships in history, but they got completely and utterly sucker punched in the face when they realized just how much the hate was rampant. They weren't expecting this level of controversy. And while some people were wishing them the best and supporting them—
I've seen this. Now I'm getting the context for all of it, and it's gross. Flat earthers are kind of like that. Ever talk to them? It'll drive you crazy. Yeah, what are they gonna say next? That we landed on the moon?
Others were still here to say, this is some cuck post for sure. So now he went from a victim to a cuck. But here's the deal. Objectively speaking, he truly wasn't wrong about this picture that was being spread everywhere. He was saying it was cropped, but if you Google image search it, it's almost impossible to find the original image. This is how quickly this had spread. There was no source to the original. I had to go to John Choi's personal Instagram to find it. This was the only way. And as we can see, Tens wasn't lying. His best friend was there. In fact, he was the guy taking this selfie. But still, just because of this picture, by the way, there are like over a dozen pictures in this. It's a photo dump. All the comments here are asking, you and Kaide dating? Making fun of the fact that they're cheating, and of course the fact that he's suspicious. Additionally, people will be spreading around this image, this chat log of Kaide on this trip saying, I'm sorry LMAO, not my fault LMAO, I'm stuck here for a day, and John got the time wrong. Me and Suvan missed the last boat, Tyson, don't be mad. This was Kaide typing in Tens' chat back in September 2025, just a couple of months before they had broken up. It was in reference to how she had missed the boat along with John and Suvan during their trip that was displayed in this image, forcing her to spend one more day with them. To the people who were calling Kaide a cheater, This was evidence that Kaide was starting to cheat on Tens, because why else would she say, please don't be mad? In reality though, if we want to be objective, she was maybe saying this because she knows he would worry, and she didn't want him to get worried over their lack of responsibility. In the end though, it's up to you to decide. The final thing that Tyson or Tens would say during this controversy would be, playing esports made me immune to feeling anything from internet hate. To the people still projecting, please interact with this tweet so I can collect some Twitter revenue and pop champagne tonight in honor of you. Heart emoji. And again, the top replies here are calling him a cuck. Holy cuck fest. Bro got cucked so hard he has to pretend he's happy for the fans. I'm pretty sure I have to censor that word because YouTube hates it, but I'm sure you know what a cuck is. C-U-C-K. The second most liked reply would be, the crash out continues because your girl clapped another man. These people were relentless. Tens was trying his best to keep his composure, to act calm and collected. But the parasocials would take it a step further, and they'd find out through their own crazy research that he had not taken this breakup well.
Okay, I feel like at this point it's not, I don't know if it's parasocial fans. I think it's culture war cucks. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. Fuck you, YouTube. Take away my demonetization. No, it's literally the people that are like, oh my god, women cheat all the time. Women, they take everything from men because they're vipers. I think you really develop these mindset dependings on the situations you've been in. I've mostly moved through male-centric groups until I got into the VTuber community. And I've seen men fuck over women, fuck over each other 24/7. I'm telling you, it's not a just one gender thing. It's a two fucking gender thing. It's a human thing.
All when it first happened back in December. On the OTV and Friends drama subreddit, someone would make a post about how Tens had created a new secret Instagram and Twitter account purely to follow a woman on December 21st that he met at a UC Davis party that was 6 hours from Los Angeles. These accounts were not secret because they were called Not Tyson. Here's the timeline of events. They estimate that the breakup happened around December 8th to 15th. On December 17th, he didn't have his ring on stream. On December 20th, he streamed again and said he was going to a party with friends. Eyewitnesses report that they saw Tens at UC Davis in the dorm hallways at 2 a.m. on December 21st after the party. On January 5th or 6th, he would make secret Instagram and Twitter accounts called Not Tyson, and he would only have one person he'd follow, who was a girl that he had met at UC Davis. The parasocials went as far as stalking this woman, going to her Instagram page.
Dude, holy schizo.
And interacting with it so much to the point where she now privated it. However, that didn't stop someone from that same subreddit from posting an image of her and her username. Of course, I'm censoring it for the sake of her privacy, right? But I'm just saying it's there. Complete and utter disregard to the privacy of someone who has nothing to do with this. And the reason why some people bothered to mention this was because they wanted to show that Tyson wasn't taking this well, that he needed a rebound because of how heartbroken he was, that it wasn't his decision. In the end though, who knows? Up to you to decide. Look, by this point, Tens had tried his absolute best to cover for his ex that he still cared for, but it didn't matter. This post has over 1.6 million views, 61,000 likes, saying, ending a 6-year relationship on just messages after he sacrificed his career for you and stayed loyal. Women are evil, bro. Evil. This post was made quote tweeting a clip that had nothing to do with this. It was literally the clip I told you about before, where Kaide was asking Tens, hey, can you play that game I like? And him saying yes when we move. There is no indication, there was nothing that told us that they broke up over text. Nothing.
That's been happening a lot lately, where they have these captions for clips where absolutely nothing in the caption is happening in the clip. I've seen a few viral clips that way on Twitter, but since people's attention span has become so low, they fall for it. I'm telling you, it's baffling. They literally fall for it because they don't even watch the clip, and even when they do, their brain is so fried and cooked that they can't put 2 and 2 together. Or maybe they don't want to put 2 and 2 together, and they just believe the caption, like their brain distorts the fact to hear what they want to hear. I don't know what is the psychological phenomenon behind that, but I've noticed this phenomenon happen over and over again, and it's legitimately worrying. Go read a fucking book. Stop watching TikTok. Oh, by the way, I finished War and Peace today. Let's go! Finally free! Finally free. Mironiak! Oh my god, thank you so much for the cute squad! Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the membership. And that's the same way, watches AI videos because they tell him what he wants to hear about paranormal stuff. Aww. Oh my god, she inserted that for the War and Peace name drop. I might have.
And at this point, I have to believe that this post was made purely to farm views and impressions so that they can get paid. I don't have another explanation over this. This had gotten so out of control that 39 DAF had to quote tweet 10's tweet saying, "Please don't use me to fuel this false narrative." Me and Kaide's falling out had nothing to do with John and was over an unrelated issue we didn't see eye to eye on last year. They've been good friends with each other and I have no issues with that or with them. I don't like this heavy mischaracterization of others to push some nonsensical story. Yes, I'm no longer involved in their lives, but they are not deserving of the onslaught of slanderous dogpiling. John is not a homewrecker, and Kaide never did anything malicious. That's all. So even 39 DAF, someone who had unfollowed Kaide, who had stopped being her friend around the end of 2025, was coming out here to defend them. She couldn't even stand seeing this. But of course,
Okay, 39 DAF gained a little bit more respect after this.
Of course, again, it didn't matter what anyone said. The top liked replies here are, "It's
That and
okay.
the shaving.
John Choi cracked both of you, and it's okay. Thanks for reminding us that you fell out with Kaide also because of John. Damn,
Bro.
they paid you off too." No, this has to be rage bait, dude. Like even objectively, this has to be rage bait. So even 39 DAF.
Okay. New plan. In order to use social media, you must pass an IQ test without the use of AI first. I will probably not be able to use social media though.
And for defense, wasn't doing much. So as you can imagine, when John Choi himself was forced to make a statement, this also didn't change much either. He'd come out to say, "No, I'm not dating Kaide and I have never hung out with her outside of a group setting. Stop cropping photos to make it look like we have. Tyson is a friend and has stated himself that these rumors are false, so please stop sending me death threats on his behalf." Heart emoji.
Jeez.
You want to guess what the most liked reply said? Crazy what Kaide is forcing all her men to
Come
post."
on!
John Choi would reply to his post, quote tweeting what 10 said, as well as link an image saying 21% of adults in the US are illiterate in 2024. 54% of adults have a literacy below 6th grade level. 20% are below 5th grade level. Low levels of literacy cost the US up to $2.2 trillion per year. The reply
No way! Wait! This applies to my theory. Oh my god, this all makes sense now. This is so fucking bad. Are you serious? 54% of adults have literacy below 6th grade level. 20% are below 5th. Okay. Whoa. Okay. How do I make? Okay, I want my chat to pass the literacy test. Can I do that? Can I make a stream where I make you guys pass the test? And I like can look at the results? Me no read, too many words.
right under that says "Sure buddy" laughing emoji, showing John Choi wearing the same beanie that Kaide's wearing, using it as proof that they're in a
Not if you still want to chat. Okay, that was a good one. Alright, you guys get to stay.
relationship. I do have to say though, that the top reply to this post ratioed it over 6 times and said, "I'm wearing the same shoes your mother wears, that must mean I'm fucking her." In any case, now we had reached a point where everyone, whether they wanted to be involved or not with this breakup, had to make some sort of a statement. By this point, it was February 10th. Barely 48 hours had passed since the initial breakup post from Kaide, and things had devolved to a level that had not been seen before, especially for an amicable breakup. But again, as you might have surmised by now, that didn't matter. Even after 10's tweets, 39 DAFs, John Choi's everything, it didn't matter. People were still peddling the idea that she broke up with him over text, that it wasn't mutual, and there's no such thing as mutual breakups. It's a fantasy, and the vast majority is pushed by the woman. Soon you'd start to see posts like this saying, "Maybe the cancer will come back."
That's awful.
That would be funny. And now look, as disturbing as that post is, I mean seriously, wishing for cancer
And somebody says, I actually hope so.
to come back over something like this is wild. This again underscores the need for me to emphasize that Kaide had not in any way defeated the cancer by now. This was another piece of misinformation that was being peddled like it's the truth. This chick literally still had cancer, but people were acting like she defeated it. And there was no shortage of vile comments like this, whether it was directed at Kaide or Tens, calling him a cuck and a million other things. And then just as you thought that maybe things were finally about to die down, maybe we could finally move on from this very stupid, incredibly blown out of proportion drama, a self-admitted pedophile would step into the ring. And he would, for some reason, make it a million times worse.
The PDF file is like, you go out there and make this about yourself.
Hunter Mims, otherwise known as 6CS, was a pro Valorant player. He actually was on the same exact team as Tens and played with him as a teammate in the Sentinels team. However, he'd be kicked out of the team in 2023 when he'd be arrested following an altercation at a car dealership. A few months later, he'd be arrested again, this time for trespassing on that same car dealership. His mugshot would of course be shared all over the internet, and it was very obvious through his actions and his very erratic, crazy tweets that this person was deeply unwell. Something had happened. It was also deeply painful for his friends and people who knew him, with Shazam, an ex-Counter-Strike pro and someone who's played in the Valorant pro scene, tweeting this out after his second arrest. "Hey guys, I have sick blocked so I can make this tweet. He's not himself right now. Please try your best to ignore his tweets and erratic behavior for now. I promise this isn't who he is. Thanks for being understanding." In fact, on top of this, the Sentinel's CEO would also promise to be in contact with his family in order to try and help him. But it seemed like no matter what they did, Sick didn't want to be helped. And unfortunately, it would get way worse.
No.
Sick would go on the website known as ePal, where you can hire people, mostly women, to play video games with you. And that's exactly...
I wanted to hire an EPAL as one of my subathon goals, where I try to like riz her up or something.
what he'd do, except they'd have a very disturbing conversation where he would pretty much admit that he was attracted to minors. This would prompt the person with him to start recording and share it online so that people can be aware that this man is a freak. This would all be revealed in the beginning of 2025. Watch for yourself.
And of course, like too young, like, yeah, like 12, 13, 14, maybe, I don't know. Like, that's really bad. And even, of course, I'm 27, so it's bad no matter what. So I won't justify it. I'm just still telling you my mindset. Like, and I'm not a violent person. I'm not a mean person. I'm not a rude person. I don't do drugs. I don't really drink alcohol. I don't fucking get mad. Like, I don't insult people. I'm pretty like stable guy.
So here he was, pretty much admitting to someone he had just met that he's into 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds. He knew that this was very bad because he's 27 and tried to downplay it by saying he's not a violent person, he doesn't do drugs, etc., etc. Look, one thing was obvious. This self-admitted pedophile was a very deeply disturbed person, and he so badly needed help. And it's not like there was any shortage of it, it just seemed like he was refusing it. In any case, as this was all happening, he would decide to join in on the dogpiling of Kaide and Tens breaking up. Again, Tens used to be one of his teammates. He'd say, "You know what I don't understand, and this is just generally speaking, how can people say, the people involved in this situation were forced to make a statement when they're engagement baiting about their own drama to begin with? You can't pick the kind of attention you get." So here he'd be linking a now apparently deleted tweet of John Choi where he was using that same picture with the frog beanie, as well as adding red eyes to himself, as well as the picture where Kaide was trying to be lighthearted, making fun of the situation on the engagement post. Seeing that this guy used to be a friend of Tens, this of course got a lot of attention, reaching almost 1 million views. However, what was really interesting here is that once 39daf was made aware of its existence, she took it upon herself to reply to it, saying, "Shut the fuck up." This is when Sick would say, "Ah yes, a very logical and in-depth response, classic rage from you. Don't make me put your friend on blast, Daf, because I easily can. Who or what exactly are you trying to defend here? I thought you didn't talk to these people anymore." She'd say, "Go ahead, it's not like it's a secret. Most people distance from you as a result of your erratic, unsocial behavior the past few years. I don't talk to these people, but that doesn't mean I don't find it wrong to instigate the insane mob further. Your words have weight as an ex-teammate. Delusional people are sourcing your suspicions founded on nothing to connect unrelated dots. Godspeed." Sick would then say, "Okay, I think you're just being a little emotional right now, but I'll go ahead and spill the beans. I'm sure Kaide will be very grateful for you. Give me 15 minutes. I wasn't instigating anything, nor was I raising suspicions. If you took one moment to read, you would see that." This is when Daf would say, "In 5 minutes, I better see the spiciest beans of my life." This is when shit would truly get real. So much so that it would become a trending topic on Twitter, with the title, "Sick and 39daf trade serious accusations in Kaide 10's breakup drama."
Oh my god!
One of 39daf's replies to him and say, "Daf decided to attack me personally over her own friend's engagement baiting on the timeline, so here it is. Kaide told me, multiple times in multiple ways that she wanted to experiment with other men. And that was quite some time ago, so I can only imagine what she acted on. Anyone who thinks I'm lying about this can simply go back in time. Kaide literally sat down with me in Brazil one-on-one at a restaurant, and she admitted to this when she snaked me out to an ex-girlfriend. But I promise you she wanted to cheat for years. That's a fact. He would then link a couple of images of their DMs, saying, "This is the sit down I had with her that I'm referring to, by the way. We talked about many personal things on both ends. Difference is I never went behind her back, but I know what kind of person she can be behind the camera, and clearly someone has to say something." So this is back in February.
Wait, why do
2023.
you gotta air out personal drama though? No, you didn't have to say something. This is not some kind of vigilante thing. This is only gonna get worse for everybody involved. All of the people involved, including Sick, are gonna get like threats, all kinds of threats, and all kinds of speculations and narrative spread around them. This ain't gonna end well.
We can see Kaide saying, "I hope you understand that after the conversation with you that I had at lunch, I talked to Tyson." Sick would say, "I wish you the best of luck, my friend. Yes, of course, don't mind." To which she said, "And we came to a consensus to talk to Karis." This was during the time that everything was already aired out on Twitter. To which he'd say what you want, yes. She'd then say, "I called her asking her side of the story, and no, I'm not going to just say what I want." Some of the conversation will be cut off here, and then we'd find ourselves with Kaide saying, "Hunter, you aren't a good person, but you're making this worse on yourself. You tried cheating on Karis before Berlin. You've said the N-word multiple times in public in front of me, Tarek, and Tyson. All these things could get you easily canceled, and this isn't something I fucking want." This is when he'd reply with, "Okay, I don't know anything. Do it, man." To which she said, "No, I won't be doing that." He would then say, "For those unaware, all of this on my end has already been addressed, thanks to her yapping about it mostly, so I don't mind self-reporting to stir the pot, obviously." So what are these messages exactly, other than the fact that they proved that he cheated and also said the N-word? This wasn't even the first time that he showed these DMs. He actually showed all of them to completion on stream around 2023. Retake has a great video explaining all this with the title, "What Happened to Sick?" In a nutshell, during the major in 2023, he wasn't allowed in to support his teammates. He couldn't even go and watch. Even though he was out of the team's roster, he couldn't even go inside to watch the games and support them. This would make him start posting some erratic tweets, with many fans being concerned over his mental health. It didn't seem like he was doing well at all. This, of course, all happened after the first time he got arrested. And then shortly afterwards, during all this, Karis, his then girlfriend, would announce on Twitter that she was breaking up with him because he had flown out a random girl to Brazil after he had a small fight with her, saying that he was lying, telling everyone that they were in an open relationship when that wasn't the case. People were also aware that he had a one-on-one dinner with Kaide. She was one of the only people who was willing to talk to him when he couldn't get into the venue. And this is when Sick's ex-girlfriend would also add that Kaide told her that Hunter made her uncomfortable, which made many people theorize that, oh, did he actually try to hit on her? Did he try to do things to her? Months would pass, and after he would get arrested a second time, he would admit that there was something wrong with him and that he was going to go get therapy. Now that he was back, though, to Sick, this was about redemption and revenge. From his point of view, Kaide had ruined his relationship, all while doing the same exact things that she accused him of doing, which was cheating, wanting to be non-monogamous. He'd even emphasized this in this series of tweets. One of the last things he'd say would be, "Kaide went behind my back and told people all kinds of things about me in the past. I'm tired of these women thinking they have immunity to criticism. I know how evil they can be, and it's right to call them out. I will provide more information later."
Damn, he went all out.
Now look, objectively speaking, these DMs, they don't really prove anything. This is a drama that, as far as everyone was aware, was already solved in the past.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, it didn't really make him look good. It only made him look bad for people who weren't aware.
I also feel like these DMs aren't really applying his theory. It's not proving anything. It's just stating that they had a talk and that she had to talk to Tyson after. They could have talked about anything. They could have talked about the relationship problems they had. I don't know.
These DMs. The only thing they proved is that yes, he cheated and he said the N-word. And Kaide, if anything, was one of the only people reaching out to him during his extremely erratic behavior. When 39daf would see this, she'd make fun of the fact that he had no proof, saying, "You told me multiple times in the past you enjoyed sexting underage young girls. That was last year, so I can only imagine what you acted on." This was, of course, bait. And he would take it, saying, "Okay, now we are just lying. I have never had a conversation with you in my life. Shameless, the lengths women go to try and cover for each other. Unlike your claims, I have had actual face-to-face conversations with Kaide. Perhaps log off because getting caught in lies won't work." She would continue to bait him and he would keep biting, with her saying, "We did have some conversations face to face when we did org shoots together. You kept insisting you enjoyed them younger, but I told you that wasn't okay." To which he'd say, "Still trying to gaslight me, it's simply not true. I quite..."
Dude, 39 Dap is not shy though. It's kind of like, and him either. I mean, they're going at it. There's something kind of remarkable about this. I don't know if it's a positive thing though, like, but it's yeah, they're just talking on Twitter in front of millions of people like that, as if you know, you're just yelling at somebody in the street.
I've never spoken to you about these things or anything. Keep gulping and trying to deflect the actual issue at hand. Hell, even I join in on the fun and saying, "You see, I would have believed you if Kaede was a minor, but seeing that she is over the age of 15, it's impossible that you would have been interested enough to have a conversation." And to my surprise, he'd actually reply, but then would delete his tweet. You see, someone would say, "I respect you a lot, Mujin, but despite all the potential evidence, you really don't think there's any chance of foul play? I'm asking you to be open-minded here." To which I would say, "Working on a video right now, and it'll cover all viewpoints objectively. But Sick is someone who admitted he liked minors, has been in jail, and is known to have erratic mood swings.
Yeah.
It will be a major lapse in judgment to take anything he says seriously unless he has proof," which he didn't. That is simply an objective fact here.
Yeah, I
This
think
is when
I'm
he
there
would reply
too.
to me before deleting his tweet very shortly afterwards, saying, in quotations, "known to have erratic mood swings." So a period of a few months 3 years ago? Anyone who knows me knows I'm actually very logical and level-headed, and my streams prove that as well, by the way. To which someone replied with, "Didn't even bother arguing against the minors thing because you know it's over." Bro, he completely ignored this point. But look, to remain completely and entirely objective here, maybe he's saying the truth. Maybe what he's saying actually happened. But due to his past history and his very self-destructive behavior, it's very hard to take him seriously. Additionally, he doesn't have the proof he claimed to have. Saying that she told you multiple times, in multiple ways, I don't know how else she would have been able to express that she wanted to experiment with other men, is one hell of an accusation when someone is in a relationship. Especially seeing how outraged Kaede was when she found out that Hunter was cheating on his girlfriend.
Yeah, no, so no, sorry, I don't believe mentally ill people. I just don't. You'd have to show me proof. I've met too many of them. And they're very destructive towards everybody around them, even people that's helped them.
But to the many people...
Yeah, that image was amazing. Like, I may be racist, but you were mean to me. That's a good one. We should try to find that meme. Put it in a meme folder.
That had it out for Kaede. To the many people who truly believed that she cheated, they saw all of this as a great manipulation tactic by Daph, Kaede, and John to completely discredit someone saying the truth, like Sick, by calling him a pedophile, by using his background of erratic behavior and the fact that he landed in jail twice. His tweet calling out Daph has over 3.6 million views, over 13,000 likes. If anything, this only served as further proof that Kaede was a whore. And that's the only...
The other thing too that I don't trust is people that are like heavily emotional, like him. Like he doesn't have any filter, right? 39 Daph either. Also don't really trust her. But she also has no stake in this. Like these people are not even her friends anymore. She's just like kind of appalled by this. So I feel like she gets a little bit more saving grace here in my logic. People that are emotional, that act on emotions, like women, I'm just gonna say it, fuck it. I don't trust them to make good decisions for themselves, for others. I don't trust them to use their brain properly. Because I am somebody that, you know, I can get emotional like everybody, but choosing to act upon your emotions, to me, that immediately signals to me that you're loose cannon and you're trouble and you have no control of yourself. So you're a slave to whatever event happens to you, and you're weak. To me, you are weak-willed and weak-minded. And why should I ever trust somebody who is like that? You can only trust people that act rationally and with poise and that keep it together under pressure. How you act under pressure says everything about somebody. How you act under stress, your tolerance to pressure, it means everything. It is like the test.
only thing that mattered. After seeing all the attention that he was receiving, Sick had no intention of backing down. In fact, he chose to double down. The next day he'd go live, reassure everyone that he's doing just fine. In fact, he's feeling the best he's ever.
Have you found a date yet, Rima? No, we were there. We were watching economics video. I got rejected by chat. I'm friend zoned. Under pressure. I'm not a good singer, but one day maybe I will be.
Felt, and would go into more detail as to what Kaide told him specifically when they had that one-on-one talk in Brazil. Here's a couple of clips to show you. Watch.
Sick, you're clearly underworld. These people are in chat watching because they're finding you destroy yourself further. Seek help. Now projecting. See, that's what I mean. Projecting, or rage bait, and parasocial all in one. I've been streaming for over a year now, and I've been completely normal. But I promise you, in a conversation, it happened. Okay, she said she wanted to experiment with men. She said she wanted to experiment with other girls. She said, oh, Kaide's, or not Kaide, Tens is too, like, what's the word? When, like, too, when you just want to have one partner, and he gets, like, too jealous. She literally said all that. Attached? No, there's like a term for when you want only one partner. I don't know.
Monogamous?
Monogamous, yeah. She literally said she said it like it wasn't normal. Like,
I don't know. I don't know why he's shirtless. I hate when guys stream shirtless. I don't get it. Are you guys comfortable just walking around with no shirt on in the house? No, you know what? Don't answer that. I know you're gonna say yes.
He's too monogamous for like me to be able to like experiment with other people. I'm like, yeah, sure.
So now he was more specific as to what he was saying. In his initial post, when he said she let me know multiple times in more ways than one that she wanted to experiment with other people, this is what he meant. This clip has 15,000 views and many of the comments are actually siding with him. The logic here is simple. Why would this guy lie when he has literally nothing to lose? He has no friendships to care for, he has no team to get kicked out of, and he's really selling the idea that he's never felt better. He's known to have no filter and very easily will admit terrible things about himself, like he did with that EPAL call where he was saying that he was attracted to minors. So why would he be lying about this today? On the next day, on February 13th, 2026, Sick would tweet again about this topic, this time saying, I've watched Tens easily clutch 1 versus 5 in Valorant, but somehow he couldn't clutch a 6-year-long relationship. To be fair though, it's hard to win when the other team is cheating. This post would get over 4 million views.
Okay, the wordplay here is pretty good. You gotta give it to him.
More than any post he's made so far. For the people who had a problem with Kaide, Sick was becoming their representative, the voice of reason who knew the truth. At the same time though,
Wait, Allison, you go, as a woman, I go shirtless at home when hot. Really? Even when I'm hot, I can't.
Couldn't really deny that his behavior was becoming obsessive, creepy even, with how he was acting towards Kaide. And there was a reason for that. He never hid the fact that he was somewhat obsessed with her. Back during May 2023, after being arrested for the second time, he'd go through her Instagram profile, liking every single post on stream in order to try and catch her attention.
Why?
Watch for yourself.
But she was...
But you know, okay. Did I like this one already? No, I didn't. Okay, that's it. Wait. I like one more. She looks... Like, that's pretty... I don't know. Anyways, I'll go back.
She was with a dude, Dan.
What,
she was with Tens.
Okay, never mind. Fuck all this. I'm closing it all. Okay, that's enough. I could call her, but... Actually, I need her Discord. Is she streaming? She is.
Duel with Tyson.
How do you spend that? I need her Discord to call her. Can someone spam? I need your Discord. What? My message wasn't posted due to the conflict with Nature Mod. Hello?
So does he truly have a problem with her? Is there a problem with him mentally? And is he really doing this because he thinks it's the right thing, or because he's always had a crush on her and is happy to see her finally breaking up with Tens?
Oh my god,
As you might have guessed
dude.
by now, I'll let you come up with your own opinion.
Jesus Christ, the story has so many plot twists.
Just know though that barely before I was going to upload this video, he would make this comment on Twitter.
No!
Someone would reply to his post and say, at this rate, I think you might want Kaide. To which he would say, so what if I do ? Whatever, man. This dude is the Kanye West of Valorant. That is a fact.
True.
But sick.
You know what? I was thinking of Kanye West. I was thinking of Kanye West and his like manic episodes.
Causing so much damage wasn't the only thing that Kaide and Tens had to worry about, because the parasocials would find something very interesting that was on none other than Tens' own subreddit. Someone had made a thread back in October 22nd, 2023 with the title Kaide cheating on Tens.
Stop. There's gonna be another plot twist and it's gonna end up that she did actually cheat on him. No fucking shot.
Kaide cheating on Tens at TwitchCon. I swear I'm not lying. Believe me, she is a cheater. I saw it with my own eyes.
And my dad works at
This had
Nintendo.
166 upvotes, 76 comments. Today, it has over 325 upvotes, 129 comments. People found it and started interacting with it, saying that this person was a messiah. Many of the comments left back then were doubting them. Now people are praising them. It seemed like no...
This is like the 4chan rats that end up coming true. Deleted account. Good for you, bro, is funny. Maybe he's a yandere, like unrequited love, going foul, wanting them to be hurt and burned. Maybe he's like into NTR. Yeah, this is... Vesper must be behind this.
No matter what Kaide could ever do, no matter what Tens could ever do, no matter what anyone could ever hope to do, there was no convincing some people that she didn't cheat. They were already convinced and nothing was going to change their minds. This amicable breakup that was figured out in private was now one of the biggest controversies the internet had ever seen over rumors and conspiracies. But seeing that the same people who made conspiracies were right about her breaking up with Tens, then to many people, it only made sense that they were also right about her being a cheater. That's the morbid reality of how the internet works. Look, in conclusion, this entire thing blew out of proportion the moment that both Kaide and Tens started messing around on Instagram.
Yeah, why did they do
don't
that?
understand why they would do that. With their experience being content...
I didn't pre-watch it. I swear, it just came out. The video came out an hour ago. We just thought about the same thing. But yeah, why would they do that? Like, you only delete photos of somebody... Oh, that might have fueled the rumors too. You only delete the photos of somebody because, like, you can't stand seeing them anymore because you need a clean break. And it hurts you. So, but then they saw each other again. They went to the park for the letter. So it doesn't make sense. Just leave it there, man. It's your public account. Do you go like check your old Instagram feed on your like public creator account?
Creators for many years, I really don't get what went through their heads. Maybe they underestimated just how much of a big deal their relationship was to the internet. Maybe they were going through such a heartbreak that they didn't think clearly. But overall, this was a major lapse in judgment. When this...
Oh my god, HR Chan raid! HR Chan and chat! Hi! Hi everybody! What did you guys do? Hope you had a great Valentine's Day. We're just finishing watching the Muujin video. It's been great so far.
Happened, and when Tens pretty much confirmed their breakup after streaming without the ring, the parasocials already knew that they had broken up. They had already moved on to how they broke up. This didn't allow Kaide or Tens to have control of the narrative of their own breakup story. So by the time she came out with her post, it was already too late. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Nothing was going to change that. And it seemed like the breakup vibes were contagious, because Kaide's sister, who had also blown up with Jason the Ween due to their public relationship, had also broken up very shortly afterwards. Barely 24 hours after Kaide posted her breakup message. They of course would get way less backlash since her older sister was taking all the hate, but the timing was definitely interesting, and I'm sure the conspiracy theorists are going to have a very fun time dissecting why this happened. But overall, if there's anything to learn from this, never reveal your relationship to the public when you are a public personality, because as soon as you do, it's not your relationship anymore. You lose.
I mean, yes, but they grew so much from that relationship. Like, yes, right now they're experiencing so much backlash from it, but everything that they've gotten so far, their career, the millions of followers and all of that, that was due to them interacting together on stream and having that perfect relationship. Hi, Glove! Thank you so much for the raid again, HR Chan. Go check her out, everybody.
Complete control over it. People get into relationships and break up all the time. It's just the nature of being a human being, especially in the 21st century. But as a content creator, you're seen as a perfect person, so you're not allowed to be human. You can't just get into a relationship and break up. You'll be called all sorts of things. You're not allowed to make mistakes. Both Tens and Kaide benefited greatly from this. But once it ended, now they're going through one of the worst times of their lives. This is why many choose to keep their relationships private. And honestly, it could just be me, but I feel like ever since this year started, Twitter has been overly vile lately, like more than usual.
Yeah.
Maybe because of some of the algorithm changes, but that's just something I've personally noticed. Let me know if you've come to the same conclusion in the comments. In any case, thank you so much for watching until the end. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to use the code Mugen to get 10% off your next purchase on Gamersubs, and I'll see you in the next video whenever that is. I love you
No, use code CLOP.
so much, platonically. Mwah.
Kaide, I don't care that you're past your prime years. You don't have to be 13 to date me. So call me soon. Dude, his end title screen is always so good. Midnight Rider, thank you. Thank you. Sounds exactly like agency VTubers quitting rats. Oh my god, I was thinking that too. I also think it sounded exactly like that. Dude, the comments on my Turkey Tom video are actually so fucking funny. I had a great laugh reading them. There's one last video that I really want to watch about the Chat GPT stuff. What was it called? From Big A? Is it Nvidia's backing out? Is that the video? I don't know why I'm so invested into the AI bubble shit right now. I feel like the video about whether or not the economy was going to crash did not answer my questions. I wanted to know if the economy was about to crash. I need to know if I need to take out my money from the stocks, okay? Bye-bye, Mironiak. That was really fun hanging out. Yeah, I do need sleep. Wait, what time is it? Oh, it's almost midnight. It's gonna bust sometime, that's for sure. You think so? I really gotta pee, like, so bad. I'll be right back. I'm back. That was quick. I think it's this video.
Wait, can we talk?
Nvidia's backing out. Okay, it's 10 minutes long. We can do that. We can do a 10-minute video and then go to sleep, right? Oh my god, Damien! Did you come back from your date? Fuck you, by the way. Just got home from enjoying my night out with my wife. All you can eat sushi buffet? You must have ate way too much. Nice merch. Still single, Rima? Sad. That French Canadian debuff is a hard hit, which you wish you luck for next year. Oh my god. Reiko, oh, did you like the gif I made? Let's see it. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's perfect. Oh my god, on the feet too? You went too far with this one, Reiko. You cooked. I'm gonna post this tomorrow because it's a little bit late now. It's so good. Thank you. No, it's amazing. It's perfect. It's got all the goonerism we needed. Can we watch this? Dude, that Mujin video was fire though. Like it was like up and down, twists and turns. Felt like I was watching a movie. Absolute cinema.
About this? Wait. We gotta talk about this, bro. We gotta talk about this. Have you seen the drama? The Jensen Huang, Sam Altman drama? You know, okay, so a while back, NVIDIA said we're gonna invest 100 B into OpenAI. You know, I made a video on this. And then OpenAI is like, we're gonna put 100 billion into Oracle. Actually, they said 500 billion or something like that. They said we're going to put, but anyway, the 100 billion, 100 B into Oracle to make data centers. And then Oracle said, we're going to take $100 billion that you gave us and buy GPUs. And that was the circle jerk. That was the idea.
Okay.
But then recently, Jensen Huang off the cuff goes, hey, that 100 billion we said was really more of like it wasn't a hard commitment. It wasn't, like we're not stuck to that number. We're gonna give a lot of money to OpenAI. Don't get me wrong, but like 100 billion is like it's gonna depend on. So he said that, and it caused some downstream panic. This is not a public company, so the valuation can get hurt. But it goes through. Oracle stock went down because Oracle's like suddenly looking like they're fucking hung out to dry. Oracle is breaking ground on building data centers right now with debt. They're using debt to build them. And they need to get paid back by OpenAI, who doesn't have the money. So there's a bit of a problem. There's a bit of panic. And so
that's why they made that tweet. Okay, we're getting the context now. I should have started by watching this video.
Behind the scenes, the drama kind of escalates, but little parts leak out into public. So OpenAI, to strike back at NVIDIA and let them know, hey, don't fuck with our money like this, starts leaking press articles about how NVIDIA GPUs aren't really that good.
What?
And how they need better stuff for AI. Like OpenAI. NVIDIA's $100 billion OpenAI deal has seemingly vanished. Market confidence down after investment fails materialize, okay? And then, exclusive, OpenAI is unsatisfied with some NVIDIA chips and are looking for alternatives. So that's shaky because they're like, oh, we need... So then... Jensen denies OpenAI deal rumors. There's no drama. And then, he went on Jim Cramer and he just fucking glazed OpenAI for like 25 minutes. I watched, it's audio only, and it's just him he like talks over Jim Cramer to be like, hey, by the way, I just love OpenAI. Just to be So like all these people are trying to keep the wheel turning, bro. And then you see something like NVIDIA. Again, there's a lot of these circulars. NVIDIA invested money into CoreWeave, CRW. And CoreWeave can't turn a fucking profit. They can't make any money. So they buy NVIDIA chips, right? So it's circular demand here. But CoreWeave stock just cratered again. NVIDIA paid in at a certain value and they cratered after that. So there's a lot of these circles starting to slow down. I said this in the Lemonade Stand predictions at the beginning of the year. I stand by it. I think OpenAI, by far the weakest link of this whole fucking sordid affair. They're the dark beating heart of the problem. They don't make any fucking money and they have so many promises. The only thing that'll save it in actual terms is not even AGI because that's not close enough. OpenAI is going to do ads this year. If ads are very profitable, like very, very, like extremely profitable, then there's a chance this thing keeps going. That's what it depends. It depends on how profitable ChatGPT ads are to even keep.
Why is ChatGPT doing so bad? It's like the most popular AI. Well, isn't it the most popular AI? It surely is the one that most people use. Most people call AI ChatGPT like they call tissues Kleenex. It's like the brand.
Keep it going. The idea of it going. If they're not profitable, cooked. If they're like Twitter level, if OpenAI's ads business is the same size as Twitter's, they're cooked. There's no other way. They can't possibly. This is 100 billion, but there's 1.5 trillion dollars in commitments on things that are being built on debt that have to be built now, and they are just asking OpenAI for the money, and they don't have it. And yeah, like again, in a world where, like on YouTube, if YouTube runs a lot of ads, there's nowhere else you can really.
I'm so far behind. I know. I'm not very tech literate. ChatGPT sucks nowadays. Can't do much. Grok is so much better. Yeah, but like, I feel like ChatGPT, everybody has that on their phone, you know? I use it to check if I can park places. You can look up, you can have it explain your parking signs. True, it's like how Amazon and Uber used to be way cheaper when they were scaling and burning money. Is Uber Eats, I was thinking about that today as I was ordering Uber Eats, so it's good that you bring it up, but I was wondering if they finally started making money or not.
They go. But right now, in the early days of LLMs and AI, if OpenAI has annoying, obtrusive ads, you can just leave. You can go to Gemini. You can go to fucking Claude. You got a lot of you can go to Kimi. You can go to DeepSeek. You can go to. There's like a million alternatives that are cheaper and won't have ads. So it's unlikely. I mean, there's a Super Bowl ad we're gonna watch next week.
Oh, Western AI companies are private closed source, but Chinese AI are open source and expanding and iterating a lot faster. Oh, because you're letting everybody use it, so you get to train it on way more people? If they allow prawn cooking on the AI, then it'll start earning money. True! Get rid of the ChatGPT filter, then it'll make some money. The gooners will goon. Open the gates. Open the gates of gooning.
Week, but Anthropic has a Super Bowl ad making fun of OpenAI's ads. So this has gotten pretty messy, but you're getting the general idea. Here, let's watch one of the ads. There's more. We'll just watch one. We'll watch
Okay,
the
Aqua.
Anthropic ad because I think it's relevant. I think it's relevant to what's going on. We'll just watch one.
Hey, can I get a six-pack quickly?
Perfect. That is a clear and achievable goal. Would you like me to tailor a personalized workout plan?
Yes.
Perfect. Let me personalize this for you. Let's start with your age, weight, and height. Whenever you're ready.
5'7", 23 years old, 140 pounds.
Got it. I'll create a plan that focuses on aesthetic strength training. But confidence isn't just built in the gym. Try Step Boost Max, the insoles that add 1 vertical inch of height and help short kings stand tall.
What?
Use code HeightMaxing10 for big discounts.
So they're doing all these ads making fun of, you know, how ChatGPT is. And again, ChatGPT and Sam Altman, worth noting.
Wait. It's a Claude ad? I thought this ad was gonna be about having an AI, like it was gonna promote an AI, and then they bait switched me into those hide souls. It's a Claude ad that played on the Super Bowl? No way. I did not watch the Super Bowl, by the way.
I kind of think of ads as like a last resort for us for a business model. I would do it if it meant that was the only way to get everybody in the world like access to great services. But if we can find something that doesn't do that, I'd prefer that.
Yeah, they couldn't.
Damn.
This isn't even that long ago. This is not even that long ago. They couldn't. They tried a bunch of crap. They tried that the short form Sora video. They tried a bunch of things. None of it made any money. And now they are break glass in case of emergency, last minute, last chance. Holy fuck. We're going to roll ads out or we are screwed financially. So we'll see, bro. We'll fucking see. But this is their last thing. And I think the Claude ads, Gemini's going to do the same thing. And so Sam Altman, in a rage, Don't say I'm mad. Don't print that I'm mad. Put out a fucking typers today about the
Oh
ad.
God.
First part, the good part of the ads, they're funny and I laughed. But I wonder why Anthropic would go something so clearly dishonest. Our most important principle for ads is we won't do exactly this. We'd obviously never run ads in the way Anthropic. You know, it's like, I guess it's on brand for Anthropic double speak to use deceptive ads that can treat theoretical deceptive ads when they're not real. But a Super Bowl ad's not what I would expect it. It just comes off as so, it's, you know what I'm saying?
He's
I'm not
seething.
owned. Don't write that I was owned. He's mad, dude. So I'm just telling you, it's like whenever that dude, you guys remember when Sam Altman was on that podcast and there was the guy literally glazing him for 45
Wait, that
minutes?
comment, the Yowie is so toxic? Finally gonna get a Rima Daki. Still mad that Otakuban never got to send the one they had. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that, Nico. Did you get your refund? Because you can get your refund for that. The company went bankrupt. It was so unfortunate. I felt so terrible. The Gemini ad was very clever, not joking or funny, heartstring tugging. So that was another ad than the one we watched. Claude ad was making fun of the fact that ChatGPT was going to put ads in. And Anthropic is Claude and OpenAI is... Oh, Anthropic is Claude. Okay. And OpenAI is ChatGPT. No, I was wondering who Anthropic was. So it's good you guys told me that.
Hey, just one question though. I mean, like, I love OpenAI. You guys are killing it. I just have one question. How are you guys going to pay that 1.5 trillion you owe? I mean, I'm sure you can, but just like, and then Sam Altman was like, if you want to sell your fucking shares, I'll find you a buyer. He snapped, bro. So I don't know. I'm just, I clearly, and again, I'm not, you know, most chatters are like hand to God praying that OpenAI crashes and then AI disappears and they never see it again. That's not going to happen. Zero chance of that happening. It's a transformative technology.
Sure. Yeah, I did get one guide by the Yao chatter in a video I'm reacting to. That's crazy. I am next level of one guide. I should not talk about getting emotional.
It's going to have big impacts our whole lives, but there is a financial bubble and OpenAI is at the heart of it. And they don't make enough money to what they've put their promises to. What do you think will happen once they add bubbles pop? I mean, I think it'll
so in 10 years from now, when historians and economists look back when, you know, the bubble will inevitably burst and we're going to go into an economic recession, if that happens, they're gonna blame OpenAI. You're going down as that guy in the economics history, and you never want to be that guy.
Similar to the fucking train bubble, the internet bubble, anything, you know, any major bubble, which is that most of the companies will wipe out. There'll be a 90% crash in them. A few strong players will survive, and then they'll probably make a ton of money later on as the kinks get figured out, and it will be impactful. Maybe this time around we'll have a massive government-funded OpenAI bailout. I'm praying to God that doesn't happen, but maybe we have that. Who's selling the shovels in that analogy?
I think they would bail them out. It's almost like a necessity at this point. You kind of have to save them, no? It's like how governments bail out airlines and stuff.
It's the shovels change. So like in the beginning of the internet build out, they thought the most important thing, the key demand driver, the differentiator would be like fiber optic cables laid. And so Cisco was the darling of the early internet boom, made a ton of money. And then as the internet developed more, they realized that that wasn't really a differentiator, and all the money was made on the application layer.
What's
Like
Enron?
Google and social media. In fact, that's where the fucking real money was. That's the differentiator. It wasn't the rails. But it is seeming to me in the shorter term that the differentiator this time around is like logistics, energy, like the ability to actually like cool, power, and build data centers. Not just make the GPUs. You can buy the GPUs. It's like, how do you get a gigantic data center with the land, build it, fund it, power it? That's what the world is turning into, and everyone's starting to realizing it's a rush for like rare earth minerals, for things like fucking silver, for energy, for oil, for nuclear power, for power. That's the differentiator right now in this next wave of.
Enron is a big scummy oil company that crashed and burned. No drama. No way. Enron is the corp that went bankrupt and committed financial fraud with their employees' retirement. Did the employees get it back? That's so sad.
This build out. The construction guys who are building data centers are becoming millionaires high key. Dude, yeah. This is like the big
No
gold
way.
rush in private sector employment in America right now. Everything else is kind of cooked. People who are doing electricity wiring for data centers, people who are construction, people who are anything that's doing that, people are traveling all over the country to do it. People are
They're
traveling
printing
cross country,
money.
leaving their family to do, plumbing, HVAC, all that stuff for data centers because they're building like crazy and they pay a lot of money. And they're making good money. But, there's a good chance that those jobs are temporary, right? They only exist while the thing's being built. Definitely been a trades rush.
Wow, interesting video. Whoops, I clicked on something. All right, China is done with the dollar. Altman will be fine. He's got a ton of shares in all the companies required to facilitate AI. Oh, okay. He's the one making all the big promises at ChatGPT. He's really good at getting people to give him money, is what I understand. Like he's crazy good at that. All right. I'm going to sleep. I have another collab tomorrow fairly early at 2 p.m. But it was a great Valentine's Day, although I did not find a date. That's quite unfortunate. At least I got friend zoned, I guess. It's about the friends we made along the way, right, chat? I love you guys platonically. Take care, everybody, and until tomorrow.